Good evening and welcome to the Ferguson City Council meeting for February the 22nd, 2022. Our opening ceremony, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Let us stand for a silent prayer, then the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Noah?
Here.
Councilwoman Griffin?
Here.
Councilwoman Burrow?
Here.
Councilwoman Robinette?
Here.
Councilwoman Lipka?
Here.
Councilwoman Nelson?
Here.
And Mayor Jones.
Here, a quorum is present. At this time, we'll open up our public comments. Everyone was asked to submit your public comments on yesterday before 5:00 p.m. or place your name in the chat. Everyone has 3 minutes to speak. Clerk Pittman, do we have anyone listed for public comments tonight?
Yes, the first is Nick Kassoff.
Yes, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
Mary.
Okay, yeah, Nick Kassoff, 125 Royal. This evening I want to talk briefly about the proposal for the senior housing. Now, we saw that presentation last week, and apparently there's going to be another one this week. Great thing to use a plot of unused land and provide senior housing. And I hope this gets done, and it's a credit to our community, but I have one big concern with it. As you probably know, especially members of the council, we've got a city that overall has some financial issues. If you go down Florissant Road, there's all those light posts that haven't been replaced, and they're $10,000 a piece. I assume the reason why they've been sitting for some of them for as long as 6 months is we don't have the money to do it. Our streets need repair. Our police officers maybe need a raise. Our city employees in general are on the low end of the pay scale. And we really need money. We need to conserve our money here in Ferguson as best we can. Now, what concerns me is when I looked at the proposal that the gentleman submitted, there's an $800,000 developer's fee in there. Now, he's asking the city of Ferguson for basically some free land or some very cheap land and as much as $600,000 in cash. Now, Council Member Griffin last week, in reference to another subject, said, "We are Ferguson. We don't have to always do things the way everybody else has always done them." And I'm going to say this: the gentleman proposing to put this apartment building in here, he's going to own the apartment building, and he's going to be making money here in Ferguson for a long time. And I know, because I did the research, that it is standard to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in developers' fees. But we're Ferguson. We don't have to do what everybody else does. And I would suggest that this gentleman, who is a multimillionaire himself, could waive the developers' fees and allow Ferguson to move forward with this project without our city having to pay out money to him that we can ill afford to be paying out. Our city needs every dollar. We need to take care of our streets, replace the light posts, and do a lot of other things. So this multimillionaire developer who wants to be making money in St. Louis, in Ferguson for years to come, let him do it without the developer's fee because we're Ferguson. And I hope that the city manager and the city council will approach him. He can well afford it, and it would be a wonderful thing for our community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kassoff.
Next, we have Sarah Holmes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is Sarah Holmes at 213 South Hartnett. There have been several meetings where phrases like the council needs to work together are said. This needs to be tossed out and forgotten. The city will not benefit from such a goal with the composition of the current council. What we need is a council that will seek to act legally and ethically. We need members who will speak out against misconduct. We had one marvelous moment of clarity where someone did speak out clearly on this. Thank you, Ms. Burrow. Yet the majority vote disregarded the city charter anyway. But that is far from the only matter of misconduct. In last meeting's public comments, Ms. Jackson spoke of supplies being distributed and credited Mayor Jones and Councilmember Nelson and Home Depot for the event, but mentioned no other entities' involvement. Then at the very end of the meeting, Nelson suddenly went on an angry rant about no transparency, never being respected, and having her claim that Home Depot had reached out to her as a staff member of the Gateway YMCA, wanting the events as held. Ms. Nelson, I would like to provide some full transparency about your actions. Yes, you are employed by the Gateway Y. It is a nonprofit that is not permitted to be political under IRS rules. Despite that, you have a habit of abusing your position at the Y for political purposes. Now, I know that you met with the YMCA leadership in March 2021 for the purpose of discussing your abuse of the Y and its repeated representation in your campaign, as if it endorsed you. This was a blatant, appalling abuse of the Y for political purposes. It was hoped that you would end your abuse of the Y at that time. Now, on January 26th of this year, you made a post on your Facebook page. In this post, you demonstrated this conflict of interest has persisted. You posted about this event specifically stating First Ward, politicizing it as your represented district. Additionally, you invited the mayor and city staff, but made no attempt to invite the rest of council, or at the very least, your fellow council member representing the ward in which the event was held. And you held the event in the neighborhood of the candidate for Ward 1, for whom you and Mayor Jones have demonstrated your support for, and whom the mayor has personally been seeking political endorsements. Yes, this was political, and it was abuse of the YMCA and Home Depot sponsorship to have it held in this manner. No, Ms. Nelson, you can't have it both ways. You received paid time from a nonprofit charity, donations given to that charity, and you were obligated to show no favoritism, no endorsements through the use of giveaways, nothing political. What rational person cannot realize that the event you oversaw was anything other than a move to gain support for the candidate that you and the mayor endorsed? This was wrong. I can only hope that you will take corrective and public action regarding this. I do
Ms.
anticipate
Holmes, you are out of time. You are out of time. You're over 3 minutes. Thank you. Next person, Octavia.
Okay, next we have Erica Brooks.
Good evening.
Okay,
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes, good evening. Dear City of Ferguson and citizens, I'm writing once again to get an update on the general response of the community of Ferguson about where the ARPA funding appropriation should be spent as a result of the community's forum held in December 2021 and January 2022, in addition to the community survey by email. Also, did the two city council women, Tony Burrow and Heather Robinette of Ward 2, submit any projects of concern they felt were immediate issues? And you know, I'm gonna kind of go off my script a little bit here, because I know Tony Burrow, ever since she's been in office and been representing over here, I always got clapback. I always got all kind of name calling and other things about me, asking questions about why she has not spoken up or even done anything in our area, not just over where she lives at off of Buckeye and Forest and Frost and Ford. But like I said, when it comes to over here, it's always a clapback when I'm just generally asking questions of how we can spend monies over here, over where the low income people live at, and not just the supporters of voters. Then also, what past requisitions have the city of Ferguson put in to be funded by the ARPA funds? Next, in the last city council meeting on February 8, 2022, I asked what was the status of the redistricting process in Ferguson, and there wasn't a response. However, the city held a redistricting meeting on Friday, February 17, 2022, and posted it on their website 2 days before, which left no time to let anybody know about the meeting itself. There's no transparency on how this process will affect the African-American people politically and civil rights, as well as the funding for Ferguson. There's no racial equity nor inclusion. Finally, what is the status of the city's assessment of via Metro STL's economic impact on the citizens of Ferguson? I asked that question because I know that it has had an impact on our community, as well as Metro talking about making some changes next month, at least the 21st of March. And I know one of the candidates is using it as a political platform. And you know, City of Ferguson well know my son and I saved bus route 79 in 2019, as well as been on the plight to access transportation after 8 o'clock. And now it's been used as a political gear to be able to get the ear of other people in the community. And I think that's totally unfair, because I know he's ridden the bus before. I know he's ridden the bus before, but I think it's unfair plight to use as a campaign platform. It's unfair.
You're out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, so that's what I want to know. But
The
can I get
next
some answers
item
though?
on the agenda is our manager's report.
Mayor, I actually have two other individuals.
Okay, you have two other people. Okay, great.
Yes, the next I have Adrienne Shropshire.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
There's a few things on brighter notes. I want to thank Don and the Public Works Department for the excellent job they did on the streets. I mean, this seems like it's one of the best years we've had. We had a lot of snow, and I know the Public Works truck drivers really worked diligently to keep all the areas clean, flatlands and hills. And then I wanted to thank the council. You know, I hear a lot of going back and forth with the council and with this person on the council and with this councilwoman on the council. But you know, I wouldn't be a council person for anything, because what you have to do to run the city, if the council wasn't getting along, our city would be in the pits. And everything might not work as we think as citizens it should be, but you have 6 people, the city manager and the attorney, working diligently to keep our city above flood. And this is hard times, and a lot of cities are way worse than we are. So I want to thank the council for even attempting to work together and to come together on issues that do benefit our city. I want to thank the police department hey, they've been under fire. There's no doubt about it. I'm gonna say it right off the bat. Police department's been under fire. But we have great policemen and they're here to serve us, and they're the type of policemen that want to be here. And it's a long time coming to find someone that wants to help like that. My next issue is with yard signs. I know we don't have a SOP. We talk about SOP, standard operating procedures. I think this is one area we need to look into. Common areas. I saw some campaign signs, and I would think the names on the council people that are on the signs would understand common areas. A few years ago, Erica Brooks, it was a big thing at the council meeting about her signs getting pulled up out of common areas. Yard signs, I feel, are yard signs, not near the curb. That's a common area, and areas like that, I think, need to be left unspoken for. Mr. Palmer's yard signs, and I'll hurry up, I know I'm going past my time here. Mr. Palmer's yard signs in other wards. We as citizens, we look at names. Some citizens don't even know what
Mr.
ward they're in.
Shropshire,
Okay,
your 3 minutes are up.
okay, thank you,
Thank you.
council. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Ms. Octavia?
Yes, ma'am. Last, I have Jerry No.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor and Council, and thanks for the opportunity to speak. And I had two comments concerning the Ferguson Civilian Review Board. And the first one concerns the fact that there's an open seat. The board has 9 members, supposed to have 9 members. We've had an open seat continuously for a year or two, and there'll be 2 more seats coming open in June because we have a couple of members that are going to term out. So basically by the end of this fiscal year, by the end of June, we're going to have 3 open seats. And I know there was a lot of discussion in the last couple of council meetings about qualifications. So I wanted to read some of the things from our charter and our ordinance, because this Civilian Review Board has some specific qualifications and requirements that other boards don't have. First of all, you have to have 2 residents from each of the 3 wards, and 3 at-large members can be residents, owners of a business within Ferguson, or clergy, educators, and other community leaders that don't necessarily live in Ferguson, but they serve in Ferguson. The city council, I'm reading directly from the ordinance, the city council shall make appointments that reflect the diversity of the community. The following persons are not eligible to serve on the board: current or past Ferguson Police Department employees and their spouses, current city employees and their spouses, any elected official and their spouse, and any person convicted of a felony in this state or any other state, unless reenfranchisement has been given. Members shall be appointed from applicants who complete the prescribed application form and meet the criteria. I know when we first had the Civilian Review Board Task Force, we designed an application that's slightly different than the other boards and commissions application. I don't know if that's still in use or not. It had some additional questions to try to learn maybe some of the qualifications. And it had a something that person had to sign to agree that they were going to have a background check run on them to determine whether they were, guilty of a felony in the past. So just wanted to put a bug in the council's ear that we could use one on the council on the board right now, and there's going to be 2 more. If we don't get them filled, we'll be only at 6 members and needing 5 for a quorum. We're going to be struggling to get a quorum for some meetings. The second comment, I hope I still have a little bit of time, but on March 15th from 6:30 to 8, we're going to do another Zoom town hall, similar to what we did last year. We're going to cover 3 topics from the most recent National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACOL, annual conference. Some of our members will be doing a brief overview of that.
Jerry, thank you. Thank you. Anyone else for public comments?
No, ma'am.
The public comment session is now closed. We're opening our manager's report. City Manager Eric Osterberg, could you please come forward with your report? Thank you.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Tonight we will have two reports. The first report will be a COVID update, COVID-19 update from Chief Hampton.
Mayor, Council, always a pleasure to be in front of you. Currently in St. Louis County, our transmission rate is still extremely high. So we still are in the extremely high category. We have 173 new cases a day in St. Louis County. In December, let me just put this in a little perspective because we are on a downward trend. We had 2,695 new cases daily. So we are definitely on our downward trend. Hospitalization and admissions are actually improving as well. Currently, we have 514 admitted to hospital with 119 in intensive care and 67 on vents. Currently in 63135, we have 34 new cases, and 63136, there's 47 new cases. We also have to keep in mind that these numbers that I've just given out are a little skewed because we do not have the numbers from home testing. These are only numbers that are being reported to the Department of Health. So we are in this downward trend, but we have to make sure that we don't let our guard down. We still need to avoid the large crowds, wear the mask, wash the hands, and social distance. If you're not vaccinated, get vaccinated, 5 and up. You can get boosted as well. Anybody from 12 years and up are eligible. You can get the vaccine at any Walgreens, any CVS, the Department of Health, and if you want to go to stlcorona.com, there's a list of places that you can get vaccinated. Also, in Ferguson, we will have our test sites up and running very shortly. We were going Thursday to view the potential locations, and our locations will be the community center, City Hall on a Saturday, and McClure Berkeley South High School. And we should have those up and running shortly. That concludes my presentation for the evening, and happy to answer any questions.
Councilwoman Fran Griffin.
Hi, Chief Hampton. I just wanted to, the 119 hospitalized and 67 that are on ventilators, are those actual Ferguson residents, or is that based off of St. Louis County?
Yes, ma'am. That's just St. Louis County.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mel. Thank you, Council and Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chief Hampton. Up next, we will have a community policing update from Chief McCall.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. Always a pleasure to come before you, as well as our community. The thing I plan on speaking on today is I know there have been concerns and questions in reference to what the hiring processes and things of that sort. And I don't know if it's ever been broken down as far as the process that our particular or future officers or prospective officers have to go through. Like I've said before on many occasions, it is mandatory, as far as I'm concerned, that we maintain our level of quality, maintain our level of commitment, but more importantly, ensure that the caliber of officers that we bring to the Ferguson Police Department are going to be a good fit for our department, and they're going to be committed to our community. So just to break it down for you, and this is just a step-by-step process. I believe there are a total of 12 to 13 steps that we go through. The first and initial step is, of course, the application submission, completion and submission. On average, it'll take a day to review that to ensure that it's filled out properly and things of that sort are done. Our second step would be the initial computer inquiry. The initial computer inquiry basically is to run an initial inquiry on arrest, and criminal history. Basically, if something pops up in that, something viable, then we can go on to the next candidate instead of spending unwarranted time when we've already gotten information that might disqualify a candidate. Our third step would be our Ferguson Police Department staff review. Basically, that is an interview with members of the Ferguson Police Department. Typically, we've had it in the past where we've had our first line officers involved. Then our second phase would be our staff officers, command staff officers involved. The thing that we tried to do based on the seriousness of our situations that we've combined that step into one. We have qualified officers that have been trained to interview staff as well as interviewing techniques. And that process is done. After that process, on average, a week or so later, we have our the Ferguson citizens interview. We're one of the few departments in the region that have our community involved in our hiring processes. A lot of that, of course, is based on the consent decree, but my attitude is workable. I value it, and it's something that, of course, even past the consent decree, is that something that we should still continue to be involved in and make our citizens also stakeholders in the employees that we bring on board. The one thing that we did when I first got here a few years ago was we had a list just so people would get understanding. But basically, we have different entities within the city, our Civilian Review Board, we have our Neighborhood Police Steering Committee. These entities have representatives that will sit on this review board. But I want to clarify the fact that any resident in the city of Ferguson is welcome to participate in this process. I've been talking with staff, and the thing that we're going to do is get something set up so we can set up a contact for anybody that's interested can forward their contact information to the police department. So when we have interviews that are available or that we're in process of, they can be included. And the way we would set it up is give everyone an opportunity to be involved in the growth of their community. Once successful completions of these steps, then we go into a full in-depth background investigation. The timeline varies depending on the applicant to complete this process. But the thing that we do to secure the city liability-wise is that prior to beginning the background investigation, we give that individual a conditional offer and we complete a personnel action request. Okay, so basically, with the conditional officer, it states that upon successful completion of the background exam, polygraph exam, and things of that sort, then you will be offered a permanent position as a member of the Ferguson Police Department. So after the background investigation, if they're successful, then we have a polygraph examination. This is for every police officer that applies for the Ferguson Police Department. When you get to that stage, if you get to that stage, you're going to take a polygraph. The important thing about the polygraph is this, in my opinion. First off, in the results of that, it shows that there's deception and different things like that. We talk a lot about transparency and things of that sort. This just reinforces our commitment to that. So that is why that's still in place and that will remain in place. Once successful completion of the polygraph, is a psychological examination. I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with negligent hiring and negligent retention. Basically, this is another safe hole for the city when it comes to liability, primarily because in a psychological examination, as you look at the results, it lets you know what type of risk, if any, it might be to hire this individual, bring them on board as a police officer. So in all of these different steps that I mentioned thus far, we gather all of that information prior to making a final determination on if this person is going to become a member of the Ferguson Police Department. Once those steps are completed, we have the physical examination. And then the final step in the hiring process itself is the chief's interview. And basically, at the conclusion of that interview is the employment offer. And once the offer, then we set up the onboarding process, which is when they would get the benefits and different things like that would be taken care of. So that's pretty much what that, but also with the onboarding process is a drug screen. Okay, and we all know the reasons for that. So that's what we do. Now, in lieu of all of that, I just want to make you guys aware of where we are now. We've been continual in our hiring process, I know since I became chief, but even prior to that. I'm happy to say that we have 7 possibilities in play right now, 4 potential academy participants, leaning toward real close to 1 that might possibly be in our April academy. But we have academy dates in April and in June. So right now, as it stands as of right now, we have 4 potential individuals that we might be putting through the police academy if they complete the process successfully. Also, we have 3 post-certified officers that are in our process that are really on the latter portions of the process as well. That means basically that these individuals, if they're successful, we will go to the last phase and they will be able to start right away. They'll go straight into field training and get right on the street. The academy typically is a 6-month process. But the benefits of the academy as well is that these are officers, they're learning, they haven't developed any negative habits and things of that. So we've all had situations where we're used to doing something one way, and now you have to adjust, you have to retrain, or you untrain, then you retrain. So with academy participants, you really don't have to do that. But basically, we're still moving forward. I believe within this year alone, we've had interviews every week, with the individuals, contrary to popular belief. We are getting applications in, we are getting inquiries. So, we do have people out there that do want to be a part of the Ferguson Police Department, of the Ferguson team, the Ferguson family. And I'm very optimistic about that. And trust me, we will continue to move forward until we get to where we need to be. Are there any questions for me?
I do have a question.
Okay, Councilwoman Lipka.
It's Lipka. Yeah, thanks. So I just wanted to go back to the citizen interview, Chief McCall.
Yes,
On the
ma'am.
citizen interview, I know I was actually writing questions and you were answering them as I was writing them in regards to how can citizens participate and that kind of thing. But my other question is, prior to creating an opportunity for people to throw their name in the hat to be part of the citizen interviews, who were you picked? Who was doing the interviews prior to that, and how were they chosen?
Oh, well, prior to that, if I'm not mistaken, we still had the citizen porches since I've been here, because that was a part of the consent decree. So
You
they
still
were
had what?
to add the citizens portion to the hiring process was a
Right.
part of the consent decree. So, excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, that list was made up from going to our people that were interested from the neighborhood meetings, from the MPSC, from the CR. Well, the CRB is mandated within the consent decree.
Mm-hmm.
But from the MPSC, from our neighborhood meetings, and different things like that. And if I'm not mistaken, at a lot of our community engagement events where people might inquire, or we would invite people, say, hey, if you want to be a part and become more of a stakeholder in the hiring of officers, send us your contact information. The thing I'm trying to do now is, and what I'm looking at is just the most efficient way to reach as many people as we can, so those who want to be a part can first be made aware that they are, that they can be a part, because a lot of people don't know. And then to do it properly, so everyone will get an opportunity. I would hate for hypothetically 50 people at minimum wants to be a part, but we limit the actual interview, say, to 5 or 6 people. So if they're not within that first group, they would never get an opportunity. So we try to find a way to shuffle people through so everyone can get a part and experience it.
Okay. And then also I wanted to just tell you, there's a gentleman by the name of Ellis Fitzwalter, and I hope you and Eric recognize the name. He has been trying to reach both of you repeatedly. He's even come by the police station many times to try and catch up with you, and he's had zero luck getting phone calls back or anything. He and his wife get ready to put together a program with Chief Armstrong where there was going to be container put in the lobby of the police department to allow people to come and dump, I guess, I don't know. I'm not real clear, but I'm assuming it was paraphernalia dealing with heroin and that kind of thing and disposing of it. And then when Armstrong left, the project kind of stopped, and then COVID happened and all that good stuff. So he is trying very hard to connect with you two so that he can get this project going again. And I would ask that the two of you reach out to him if you haven't already, but please do so before the end of the week. Because if we don't, he will take the project to other communities and we need it here. So please reach out to him because he is very, very active in Delwood and Ferguson, and he does a lot of good and he saves a lot of lives.
Yes, I wrote the information down. I'll get in touch with
And if you need his number, I can get it to you. So I have it personally.
you.
So
Please,
just reach out to
if
me.
you could email it to me, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinette.
Yes, so Chief McCall, thank you for walking everybody through. I mean, this is a very thorough multi-step process that I'm glad that residents got to hear every step that you take. It might seem like a silly question, but you brought it up with onboarding. Is the drug screen part of the onboarding process, or is that, I mean, because that seems like an easy one that could be done far earlier than to get through all those steps and find out that they didn't pass the drug test?
Well, the thing of it is that when you do that with the part, but that's one of the last things, because, you know, and I'll be honest with you, in my experience, we've had individuals, not at Ferguson, but we've had individuals that have, say, partaken or not partaken. Then when they get into the process and they get confident, then they tend to start celebrating.
Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Thank you for clarifying.
No problem. Thank you.
That's all I have.
Councilwoman Griffin. Councilwoman Griffin, you have your hand up.
I'm sorry, I was talking and I must have been on mute. I do apologize. Good evening, Chief McCall. I had a question about the CRB. You mentioned the CRB, and I know with Jerry Knoll just talking about the availabilities that we had open, it made me think, anywhere in the CRB, is there supposed to be an officer that is involved in the process of the CRB? Or is that completely separate, you know, from the city? It was my understanding that it was supposed to be completely separate from the city.
Okay, when you say an officer involved with the CRB, what are you referring to?
Like, is there any purpose or any reason why there would be involvement with the process of the CRB? Like, who is it that transfers the information from the police department to the CRB so they can do their evaluations and things of that nature? Is there like a specific officer that is involved in that process?
No, typically the liaison for the CRB is your consent decree coordinator. I know prior to Nicole being here, and I was a coordinator, but I was an officer, but I was also the coordinator with the consent decree, attended all the meetings, you know, answered questions, made sure if there was documentation needed at the meeting, you know, to make sure that it was provided.
Okay.
But since Ms. Barton has been our coordinator, there's been no officer per se, or no commissioned officer or police officer who serves as a liaison. That is her function as a consent decree coordinator.
Is there any officer that has any functions within the CRB in terms of like sending information? That's all done through the consent decree coordinator?
That's correct, as far as I know. And basically it's like any information and things like that, be it if it's an investigation and say like an internal investigation that they're reviewing, that officer, if there was an officer who was say per se a liaison, they might not be privy to that information. So in other words, they might not hold a position that would warrant them to have this information, because a lot of this information is confidential information.
Okay, so what type of materials or what type of involvement would that be? Like if
Well,
there was a need for that?
for an officer,
Yes.
really, at this point in time, with the CRB, it's just a liaison type function. So it would be similar to, it's like you don't want to reinvent the wheel. So in other words, you don't. So if your coordinator is doing all this, attending the meetings, providing information, if there are questions and researching for information, that is what the coordinator is doing. So really, to have an officer to do that, it really wouldn't. It really, at this point in time, wouldn't serve a viable purpose for me, from what I know now.
Okay. So other than yourself, there has never been a time when any other officer has been involved in that particular process?
No. Now, officers with the open meeting, they might have come to observe the open meeting, but being involved in closed session personnel, things like that, no, that was just myself.
Okay, so I have a question as well. I got another question. So if say an officer does attend a public meeting, and they do have access to the public information, of course, I understand that there's specific information that, you all have to, or not you all, but the CRB has to go into closed session to discuss. Like in that case, say we have a situation where you have, where there's information that needs to be sent to St. Louis County, would that officer then be able to participate in that process?
As far as sending information to St. Louis County?
Yeah, pertaining specifically to an incident that the CRB may be reviewing or discussing during a public session.
Okay, well, see, something like that, if the CRB is, I'm trying to get this, I'm trying to get a clear understanding of what you're saying. But I do believe that there would be no reason for a commissioned officer, unless that person was a representative of the CRB as the liaison, to be contacting any other entity on behalf of the CRB.
Okay, and then so is there any point in time that any captain under your department would send a letter from the police department to St. Louis County without your awareness?
Sending a letter to St. Louis County without my awareness.
On behalf of the Ferguson Police Department?
On behalf of the Ferguson Police Department, I should be aware that this person is speaking on behalf of the Ferguson PD.
Okay. And then also I had a very serious concern. It was brought to my attention that we may have had a period of time where our dispatch recording systems were down. And I'm just wondering if you were aware of it.
I found out after the fact, and the difference is with that system, it has no warning per se. For years, St. Louis County maintained the recordings of the 911 systems. Okay, now it's for any entity that did their own dispatching and things like that. So it was like a backup force. St. Louis County discontinued doing that. Okay, the situation that with the things that happened in Ferguson, from where I came from, is totally different in reference with maintenance and responsibility for maintaining that equipment. Right now, that falls within the police department to maintain the equipment. But to be truthful, it's just a point of, now it's going to be a point of even having to update and upgrade that equipment. We have a lot of stuff that we have used in the past that might still be in place.
And whose responsibility is it to ensure that that system is up and running?
Well, right now, it's the Ferguson Police Department's responsibility to assure that it's up and running. As far as a dedicated individual, like we've all known within the last months or so, everybody within the police department is multitasking.
Okay. And so if the system was to go down, would it be protocol to inform the city manager of the situation, therefore that we can inform the council so that, we will know that the system is down? Like, is there a protocol for when systems, specifically recording systems, are down, that the city be made aware? Like, is there anything that exists that says, is there a protocol for it? Is there a process for it?
I'm not aware of anything in writing, but I will say this, that once it becomes aware, yeah, we're going to make proper notification. But with this incident, it didn't become aware until we were trying to get the information from the
Okay.
911.
And was at that point, did that information get relayed to the city manager?
It should have been, but like I say, we're looking at probably 48 hours.
Okay,
Minimum.
so after 48 hours, you were aware that there was a point in time when that recording system was down?
Yes, after I would say 2 to 3 days is when we were trying to find it, couldn't locate it, and then we did some checking, and that's when we found out that the system had been down for a nice amount of time.
So at any point, did anybody from the police department inform the city manager that the system was down? Or anyone on city staff?
Yes, because the thing that we do with our system, then we'll have staff where within their expertise to take a look at it. You know, we have our IT people take looks at things when it comes to radios, telephones, things like that within the within the department. I think the issue is with that system is that during the time that I've been here, I think we've gone through maybe 2 or 3 of them. In reference with replacing and things of that sort. And it's a shame, but through the previous years, the level of communication hadn't been where it should be.
So at some point, I mean, because you say you were made aware of it, at some point, is the system currently up and running now?
Yes, it is.
So is it fair to
best of my
say
knowledge.
that someone within staff was contacted regarding the fact that it was down so that someone could contact IT?
Yeah.
Okay, it's good to know. Okay. All right, that's all I need for now, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Griffin. Councilwoman Lipka, you have your hand up.
I think Councilwoman Burrow was ahead of me.
Okay, Councilwoman Burrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I'm concerned that I don't know, maybe I'm the only one left out, but there's a lot of information that just happened over the last 5 minutes in this conversation that I didn't know anything about. So while it seems that we want a lot of information from you, I'd like to have had that information that Councilwoman Friend had. And this is my first time hearing about it at this meeting right here. I don't know when it took place. I don't know when she might have gathered the information or all of that transpired, all this questioning. I am the keeper, unofficially, of the SOPs. This is not a case of protocol. This is a case of SOP. And the mayor and I are trying to get together on a schedule. I've been having some medical procedures done, so I've not been available. But we're trying to get together so that we can make sure that the council is well aware of the SOPs and the things that need process and procedures. When we talk about inclusivity and transparency, that's some information that I think every council person should have had. Now, if this is supposed to be a surprise attack, okay, but I don't see that. That's why the mayor and I have been trying to get together. Is that your case, Mayor? You can give me a nod or whatever to get
Yes,
these.
we have been trying to get together. We're gonna get there.
We're gonna get there. I just got 2 more procedures and I'll hopefully be in good enough health to get out and do that. But I am appalled that we're having this meeting tonight and this kind of serious dilemma has taken place. And I have been not able to do some of the things that I would like to do, but I've been available via phone, via text, and all kind of technology, and I knew nothing about it. We're gonna get there, Mary Jones, we're gonna get there. But this kind of negligence of when you, I'm concerned. And when the when Chief said the information should have been submitted to the city manager, but what I want to know, has it been? Has it been submitted to the city manager? Did while you're being questioned with it, did the information go? Has the city manager dealt with it? I mean, has the city manager got all of this information that was asked of you here in the last few minutes? Because that's his job. That's what he should do. So I'm very concerned, Chief, and Mayor, I'm very concerned. And you know, I'm really I'm stumped. Really, I'm surprised that this happened and we didn't know anything about it. This needs to be documented that I didn't know anything about it until just now. And I don't know who else on the council didn't know about it, but we want the city to think, we want all the citizens to believe, oh, I do legislature, I make policy, but we cannot deal with transparency and inclusivity in some important matter. Chief, I think you did what you had to do. I appreciate you for being in the position, but I want it documented that I didn't know about it. And when we talk about all the things that should have happened that didn't happen, that's an SOP. We're making the city manager and I are making SOP documentations, and we're putting down, that's an SOP, and we're writing it as we go. When we get ready to put this together, when the mayor and I get down and get this all together, it's going to be some protocol that are actually SOPs, process and procedures. This is not protocol. This is a serious problem that should have been documented, and the whole council should have known about it. And I'm praying to God that the city manager knew about it and has worked on it. And I don't know why he didn't get it to me and anybody else that didn't have it, because this was certainly unacceptable behavior this evening. Thank you, Mayor Jones. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Linda, would you yield to hear from the city manager?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't recall being made aware that there was an outage. I remember that there was the shooting that happened on December the 12th, I believe, is what we're discussing. There was the information that I received from PD. I forwarded on to City Council over email. I had a conversation with Councilor Griffin. I want to say late last week. She had called me and she had told me that she had spoken with a reporter who had spoken with someone from St. Louis who had told her that there was a letter that came from PD saying that there had been an outage of some sort. I was confused because St. Louis County last week released a video of initially that went out to the to our officers to respond to that suspect brandishing a weapon. So I'm a little confused myself as to where that information's coming from. So I would also ask for better clarity on exactly what was going on, because again, I know that there was some audio released from what I thought was dispatch on the night of the shooting. So I'd like some greater clarity about what was missing or what went down.
If I may. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, the our dispatch system. It's just no recording of the call. It's explaining what was going on in reference with the guy brandishing a weapon at an individual who did not want to be contacted.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is that the dispatch conversation to police was the thing that was missing.
Yes, the dispatch conversation with on the 911 line, the recorded conversation, the system did not record. But the system itself was working, and it's never stopped working.
All right, I'm still confused about, I did not receive word that the dispatch system had gone out.
The dispatch system didn't go out. The 911 recording.
Okay, I did not receive knowledge of that. Councilor Griffin, did you say that weren't you just saying that the dispatch went out? That there was an outage of dispatch from what you had heard?
The dispatch recording system is
Okay.
how I described it. I mean, but I would think anytime that a recording system, because we are required to document and record and store information, that you be made aware of it, which is why when I first learned about it, I contacted you.
Yes, so you did contact me last week, and I told you that I was not made aware of it.
Yes.
Well, the thing that I do know is that that information from St. Louis County, because when they were requesting all our video and any information that we had in reference to the incident, the letter that was forwarded to them was forwarded by the captain advising them that the system did not record. Okay, that was forwarded to the county. And I presume that it was my understanding that it was forwarded throughout the department as far as the people that need to know. He told me verbally. But like I said, I will go back and check because I'm sure that there is a copy of the letter that was sent to St. Louis County. And if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been, I think it was forwarded, but I have to verify that.
My turn.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so it sounds to me like we have a whole lot of unraveling to do, and I'm not gonna approach that part. I'm gonna let city manager do his job, and that's all on you, Eric. Have fun. But what I do want to know, Chief McCall, is you said it was a substantial amount of time that the recording process was not working. And Fran was asking you who fixed it? I mean, was it IT that fixed it? Was it PD staff? Who fixed it?
I believe it was a vendor who fixed it. And the thing of it was, is like I say, it was not from the information that I received that the 911 recorder had been out for, like I said, it at least for at least a couple of weeks or so minimum. But
Okay.
there's no warning device to let you know that it wasn't working, how you would get a signal or something like that. There was nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So we know that the machine's down. We know that you got the vendor in, the vendor fixed it, machine's back up and recording, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It should
So
record.
is there an SOP currently in place for a situation like this when our systems have some kind of breakdown? Do we have an SOP in place?
We had something in place, whereas if our system went down as far as going with St. Louis County in reference,
Okay.
but now that has to also be updated primarily because they no longer record. The county was our backup.
Well, we also had this situation a couple years back when we were talking in our budget processes regarding the extreme cost of switching over our dispatch and those processes. So I know we also, Chief Armstrong had found some cell phone tower charges. Heather, help me out here. I think you know what I remember what I'm talking about, where we had a bunch of, he had gone back and found where we had been overcharged with our 911 system and our dispatch system correlating with county. Do you remember what, you remember what I'm talking about here?
That was something dealing with AT&T.
Yeah, but what didn't it have to do with our 911 and our dispatch as well? It was our services coming through, and we were having to look at the cost of staying with county or not staying with county. I mean, is this all part of that? Is this some of the result of that situation?
No, it's in reference with the 911 recordings and things like that. No, that was a totally different incident where there were lines that were in the city for quite some time that hadn't been used, but we were still being billed for.
Right. Okay. So maybe I'm confusing two issues, but I do know we did have a conversation, and it was during budget as well, regarding the cost of county versus the 911 system, another 911 system. I'm sorry, I can't wrap my brain on it, but I guess I was just hoping that maybe that what we're experiencing now is the result of, us having to make that choice. I thought we had made the cheaper choice, and maybe this is the consequences. I'm just trying to figure that out. I'll have to go back and I don't have the time right now during this meeting, but I'll go back and look through my notes, guys. I want to say it was about 2 to 3 years ago during a budget conversation.
Okay, and now I do know for a fact that in reference to a recorder not working has nothing to do with going with comparing with county for services and things like that. That was an item that the city purchased on its own some years ago, I believe, and it went out. Now, where I come from, see, we had with certain items like that, the police department didn't maintain them. Our IT maintained them.
Okay.
But that was not the case here.
So I guess the other thing is too, we need to get an SOP in place. I know that Tony and the mayor are working on that. I've worked with Tony on a lot of other notes and stuff like that. So there's been input from other council members as well. And you're saying that there was an SOP in place in terms of the procedure when a technology goes down, correct?
There is it's like this, you know who to contact if certain things go down, especially when it comes to your computer stuff. But typically we'll go with the experts that we have internal first and get direction from them.
Okay.
So we don't take it upon ourselves, like if our cameras go down, we'll contact our IT first and get direction prior to just going out there and just calling a vendor.
Okay, well, so I guess what I'm hearing then is I would recommend that probably you guys need an SOP in place as well, Chief McCall, in situations like this, because an emergency phone list is not the same thing as an SOP. So I think we kind of need, of course, we need to have emergency phone numbers on an SOP, but there, we've got to make sure these things don't happen again. And the other thing I would say is when a council member comes across something like this, it would behoove that council member to share their information with the rest of council. So, I mean, the fact that, I'm just now hearing about this. I didn't know anything about it. Ms. Burrow is just now hearing about this. This is a situation where this is very serious. It can affect our community. And if it's something that can affect our community and a council member has awareness of it, then we need to share that with one another so that we can work as a team. So that's all I have, but thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lipka. Councilwoman Borough, we'll come back to you and then we'll move on.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, I heard a mention of a reporter. And I'm concerned even with that because that would be your job. If a reporter or Apollo's job, I'm thinking. So if we're having conversations as council people with reporters, and I just want to make sure I'm getting it right. I think I know the job descriptions of each person on the council and on the staff as far as the council is concerned. And so I want to know, how did we get to a reporter being spoken with about anything that had to do with the council, and the council didn't know? Some of the council, I just speak for myself, and I'm thinking, Mayor, I'm hoping that you didn't know about it either, because that would have been your job, unless maybe it was you who spoke with a reporter in regards to any of this.
No, a reporter did not speak to me.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I'm glad to hear that, because that would be your job. But we need to, Mayor, when we sit down, and I hope Octavia's taking notes, because this need to be noted. We need to, in the SOP, actually point out whose job is it anyway, especially when we go outside the council and we're speaking to public entities and reporters. You know, reporters has got how they ate us up during the consent decree. When we put that together, we found out that they're not our best friend. So I just want to make sure that as we talk to reporters, whose job is that? Thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Osterberg, do you have anything else for Chief McCall? If not, we're going to move to our special presentation. City Manager Osterberg.
Good evening, everybody. The first report that I have to make to City Council, the Mayor, and then the public as well is the follow-up for our ARPA public engagement campaign. Octavia, do I have the ability to screen share?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. All right, so tonight I wanted to take time to go over our ARPA outreach campaign results. First off, I want to thank everybody in the public for kind of coming out to the several meetings we had. We ended up having one physical meeting, in-person meeting at the community center, and then 3 virtual meetings. Unfortunately, just due to the pandemic at the time, we weren't able to have that second in-person meeting. So we did go ahead and shift that online. Once again, we're very thankful for all of the valuable feedback. This presentation tonight will be kind of a breakdown about kind of the top choices that everybody gave us through those engagement opportunities. Tomorrow, I'm hoping that we'll have all of the kind of the raw data, the breakdowns of the individual surveys, the individual groups that will go ahead and get posted as well on that movingfergusonforward.com website. So without further ado, let's get on with it. So first I wanted to talk about our flash vote survey. We sent out a phone link survey, so by text message throughout our community, and we asked 3 questions related to ARPA. I'm going to go over kind of the two most pertinent questions for when it comes to how we're going to spend ARPA dollars and ARPA funding. So the first question we had asked along those lines are, how would you spend $100 on ARPA? So what we had a kind of a sample list of projects, and what we did is we gave everybody $100 to break down between those different options that they had. Addressing health disparities, replacing city tax revenue, etc. So this is kind of the breakdown of what we learned from that question from Flash Vote. The second kind of aspect of Flash Vote that was really valuable for us as a city was we did a free form question. So we essentially said, what project, if you could fund absolutely anything with ARPA dollars, would you fund? So the kind of the 5 top things that we heard from citizens were: first, traffic enforcement; second, street repair; third, crime prevention; fourth, vacant home remediation or demolition; and then 5th, home repair support. There's kind of an asterisk I forgot to put here, specifically around senior housing, helping seniors pay for important repairs in their house to keep things going for them. Second, I wanted to go over the top 5 results from our public meetings. So for those of you who were unable to attend, the kind of the steps that we took in our public meeting is I opened the public meeting kind of giving an overview of ARPA, how we can and cannot use the funding. And then I presented 3 categories that the funding kind of had to fit underneath. After that, we broke out into small groups. Small groups did a brainstorming session, came up with their top few ideas, and then at the end of the group session, all of the groups voted on each other's ideas. So across those 3 public meetings, these were the 5 top ideas that we had for ARPA funding. as follows. Streetlights was the most popular. There was a lot of comments around how streetlights would be a really great way to reduce crime. Specifically, there was another recommendation along these lines that we locate streetlights around where we know that there's been violent crime, helping, with assistance from our police department, but then also looking at the data that we get from ShotSpotter. Second, vacant home mediation and demolition was also a popular choice in our public groups. Expands city support for the farmers market. Here, specifically, what we were hearing from citizens was the idea that the city of Ferguson is in somewhat of a food desert, meaning that there's not a lot of different food options available within the city immediately. So wouldn't it be great if we could use some of these ARPA funds to diversify what we have at the farmers market and try to bring in even more healthy food options that would be available there. Moving on, next we had home repair support show up again. And then lastly, we had money going to additional testing sites and pandemic info. Those are just the top 5 that we had from those public meetings results. Now, I want to step back and kind of talk about what changed with the final rule. The final rule was issued last month, January of this year, and provided additional flexibility for the spending of ARPA dollars. This is really important. So for what are called non-entitlement units, which are cities that are 50,000 population or less, there's a stipulation that we as non-entitlement units can use funding as long as we identify eligible uses by analyzing an economic, health, or safety harm exacerbated by COVID-19. Now, what that means is that we could have had problems in our community already that we experience because of some disparity that exists prior to the pandemic. The pandemic comes along, makes those issues a lot worse. That qualifies it for us being able to use the funding. It's a lot broader. Specifically, it's this idea that if something is not explicitly mentioned in the final rule, as long as we can justify it along these lines, that we can go ahead and use the funding. Now, this is very similar to the idea that I kind of presented at all of the meetings, which is the idea of nexus or linkage. Again, the idea is however we use this funding, we have to link it to the pandemic and trying to come out of the pandemic in some way. So what does that leave us with as far as guidance goes? So, we are still in receipt of federal funds. The federal government will still at some point potentially audit us about how we use these funds. So what we're having to balance here with how we're going to allocate these funds are our community need against our federal scrutiny. Ideally, these things need to be as close to balance as possible. So kind of looking at with that kind of lens in mind, staff recommendation for budget considerations for city council are the following items. So first, streetlights. Streetlights would be something that would be really easy to put underneath funding for ARPA because of its direct linkage to lowering violent crime. Second would be revenue recovery for our parks programming. It's my understanding that a lot of our events that we typically have at our parks facilities or throughout the community aren't generating as much revenue as they would because of the pandemic. We have less people coming. Next would be recreation service fee discount waivers. This was one of the less popular ideas in the public engagement campaign, but something that's directly mentioned within the final rule. So this would be a really great idea for city council to consider. For expand city support of the farmers market, it's very easy to kind of talk about the access to health inequities and the health disparities here in our community here in the city of Ferguson. So trying to bolster and expand the amount of healthy food options we have is obviously going to help us. Next, senior housing repair program or housing repair programs, finding ways to help people who are already disadvantaged, who obviously through the pandemic are going to experience even more severe challenges. That would be something that would be eligible under the funding. Last three, additional testing sites and pandemic info. That's about as clear cut as it gets for this funding. 7 was assisting schools / other agencies. This was one of the less popular ideas in our public engagement campaign. However, it is another idea that's directly called out for in the final ruling from the Treasury Department. And then lastly was another one of the ideas that it didn't make it to the surface in our meetings, which would be expanding after school programming. A lot of the after school programs took get hit from funding from the school districts. So, there's this idea that by increasing the opportunities for kids to get outside and play after school in safe environments, that you're kind of addressing some of the health disparity harm, and then also, getting kids to socialize again in a way that they haven't been able to since the beginning of the pandemic. Now, I just wanted to go over next steps and then take any questions from City Council. Next steps, I think that the next step to kind of finalize kind of the selection process of how we're going to use ARPA funding would be a special session with City Council. City Council needs an opportunity to bring programs that is important to them that we need to consider funding for, as well as outside agency funding. There's the number of nonprofits, from what I'm understanding, who has been speaking with members of City Council who are seeking funding, potentially some partnership opportunities. So I wanted to, my recommendation is that we have a meeting and have those people come present, and then have a discussion across it with City Council about what additional ideas we need to consider. The next step would be fiscal year 23 budget inclusion. We're just about to embark on our budget process. It would make a lot of sense to just allocate the funding for what we're going to spend ARPA dollars on during that budget process. And then the final two steps that we're needing to get done this year are our federal reporting. There's just a portal that we have to log into and then just communicate what our initial allocations are. And then lastly, as we look forward to our next audit, there will be a single audit, a special audit specifically to review how we're allocating these funds for ARPA. And with that ends my presentation. Any questions from council?
Councilwoman Lipka.
So I appreciate what you presented. The one concern that I have can you go back to your share?
Oh, yeah.
The last page where you have the staff recommendations.
Oops. Is it pulled back up?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta stop this. This is not sharing it. I can't manipulate it that way for some reason. Okay.
Okay. Well, anyway, in the
Oh, here we
last
go.
page, under your staff recommendations, there's,
Yeah, here.
okay, recreation service fee discounts waivers, you said that was something that was directly mentioned. Is that correct, or am I
Yes,
getting
that was mentioned. That was mentioned in our public engagement campaign. So that was the breakout groups.
Okay. Well, I guess the couple of questions I have is, one, what's it going to look like? I mean, if our pandemic is going down, if everybody across the country is getting better, if the numbers are dwindling, and we're going to invest money in additional testing sites and pandemic, by the time we make these decisions and by the time we are ready to roll these things out, there may not be a need for that any longer. I mean, so how would that look? You see what I'm saying?
So are you saying why would we want to support recreation when it's
No.
unneeded?
Leave the recreation alone. I skipped past that.
Oh.
I went to number 6, additional testing sites. Because
I see.
if by the time we roll this out and we actually implement these things, it could well be over with by then.
Yeah, and again, I guess the caveat would be that this is just considerations of City Council. I think that when we're talking about continuing education related to the pandemic, that would always be, from the federal government's perspective, just the easiest thing to use money on.
Okay, so I guess the thing is, kind of going back to what Mr. Kassoff said, we're Ferguson, we do things differently here, so, but what I would say is, joking aside, if we are following the rules and we can clearly, honestly say we're going to pass any audit, then I wouldn't be so concerned to spend money where they recommend, more concerned spending money where our citizens recommend. So that's just my opinion on that.
And,
the other
and that's part of the reason why it's on here, is because this was one of the more popular ideas.
Oh, I'm saying, okay, let me back up a little bit, Mr. Osterberg. I'm saying in general, and not specifically to number 6 or not specifically to any number on the list. I'm saying in general, as long as we can pass an audit cleanly, honestly, ethically, with the federal scrutiny over the dollars spent, then I would prefer that we focus our dollars spent on what the citizens recommend, versus what the federal government recommends. Because as long as we're doing that ethically, then we're answering our community's concerns. The
Yeah,
other thing
this was from the citizens. That's why I included that additional testing site.
no, okay, let's just
I
skip
guess
over
I'm
that.
misunderstanding.
Yeah, you're not hearing what I'm saying. That's okay. Let's skip over that. The other thing I am concerned about is we have assisting schools and expanding after school programming. Now, everybody knows I completely am on board with kids. What I would say though is we are getting this funding, school educational systems, school districts are getting funding. So they are having funding that they can spend on things like that. Because what I didn't see and didn't hear was any programming for homeless people in our community. Our population of homeless people need addressing, they need assistance, and I did not hear anything in regards to them. And that, to me, if I have to make a choice, I would like to see us do something more for our homeless people and our citizens that are struggling with drug addiction and that kind of thing, when we know that there's going to be school district dollars that can be used to assist kids. So if we have a limited amount of dollars and a limited amount of people we can spend it on, I would like to have us consider what are we doing in this community to address the issues of our homeless people who have needs and addictions that need to be addressed. So that's my final comment.
Councilwoman Burrow.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, could you give me the next slide?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm all in agreement with Sister, with Linda Lipkin. When we talk about social services, basic human needs, I know that we're gonna probably get a grant for streets. And so that wasn't a big issue for me because I know that we're gonna get that money. And popular belief, or if you're gonna listen to some of the folks that say that we're not doing anything in the second ward in regards to the ARPA money, they have not been privy to the many conversations that I've had with you and that I've had with other entities in the city about where these dollars could possibly go. One of your predecessor rather, talked about we might be poor, but we're not broke. But we need to consider those folks that live from paycheck to paycheck and how we can lift the load from them if we were to put some of these ARPA dollars in the place that would ease some of the trauma that they've been through and their children. And when I say they, the adults without jobs and all of that. I would think that this is the time when a couple of meetings back, Fran Griffin talked about March being the time for evictions. And I brought up the fact that we could use some of those funds to offset those evictions. I remember there was a big to-do about when the evictions were going to happen, and there was public comment on the news about how everybody was heated and upset about it. And we never heard another thing. Not one word has been dropped about what came of all of that excitement. But listening to Fran Griffin some months, maybe 2 months ago, those people are still in jeopardy. And I had mentioned in the council meeting that we should do some accruals, and so that we could help these citizens who may be facing eviction. At the same time, we could look at the fact that after school programming, we have kids who are going through mental situations that caused by the pandemic. That is like what you just said. When we have to link it back, we have some kids that have gone through some trauma. And I see using our special services and our social services, the organizations to do basic human needs. And I would even venture to say, across the nations, I've been looking at a lot of reading entities that are coming up and branching up, like their libraries. They've been coming up saying, get the kids out, bring the kids to the laundromat to read to them. So there are some things that we can do to help these citizens that have been impacted by the pandemic. And I have mentioned organizations, at least two, that I have brought to you. And I think we'll do that in public. It's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. We've been dealing with this for a long time. So I would bring that up at special session. And I would like for those who think that Ward 2 is not doing anything. We have been researching and we know where this money could go well, not only with what LIPCA thinks with the citizens, but also, Eric, where your mind is with federal saying that's the way to go. And so I'm looking forward to bringing those two entities forward when we have the special session. So all of you that are sitting back thinking that we're not doing anything in Ward 2, we're doing much in Ward 2. And I appreciate, Eric, all that you have been doing to getting to looking into all the aspects of helping these people, possibly being able to help folks that are facing eviction, facing utilities and situations that they don't know where to turn. And we can do that right here in Ferguson because we are Ferguson. Thank you so much, Mayor Jones, for the time.
Thank you. Councilwoman Noah.
Since we are going to have a special session, I won't dwell, but I would like to say, for the youth, in St. Louis City, I know that they are having a youth jobs program. And maybe that's something that we can do in the summer to assist our youth, put them to work in the community somehow. I know that there are certain stipulations to utilizing the money, but going back to slide 3, where the most popular was the, I can't see it. Can you go to slide 3, please, so that I can read that slide?
Sorry.
Okay,
Right
right
there.
there. Okay, lower violent crime. So I'm just trying to understand, because I know that they're doing so many things in communities. And again, I know you have to use the money. It has to flow. It has to have meaning, to align with the ARPA funds. But with the homes in our community, especially Ward 3 that are vacant, that, are encouraging crime, and it kind of goes back to what Councilwoman Lipka was saying with the homeless in our community and squatters in places. And we have all of these homes that are vacant, and I appreciate the property restoration program. But until, that's 100%, and we have no vacant homes, a lot of those homes I just think it would lower violent crime or lower crime, if we could clean up some of those yards, and because it helps support the police, when you have a community, when you have neighbors who live next door to a home that's vacant, but you can see that the yard is clear, there's no overgrown vegetation. And not just with the homes, but in so many areas in our community. I know we're going to have a work session, but I just really hope that we can use some of the funds to help clean up our community some way, so we can support lowering crime, period, whether it's violent or non-violent crime, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nelson.
Yeah, Eric, I had a real quick question. Are these ARPA funds, are they inconclusive with the additional $193 million that St. Louis County has as well, that when they send out the survey, they have a survey that's supposed to be coming out? Is that inconclusive with this, as with these ARPA dollars as well? Do you know?
I'm not aware of that funding being ARPA. The ARPA funding, all of the process that we've done so far has been specifically about the $4 million we're pinned to are scheduled to receive from the federal government. We've received $2 million as of October of last year, and we're receiving an additional $2 million October of this year.
Oh, okay, so you don't know about the survey that's coming out?
I have not received a survey yet.
Okay.
St. Louis County, they are going to get $193 million of ARPA funding, and they are mandated to send a survey out to all the municipalities, the people that make up the municipalities. But as far as I know of, the survey has not been put together and it has not been sent out. But they are interested in shovel-ready projects that possibly St. Louis County can invest in. So that's about all I've been hearing going to the mayor's meetings.
And the survey supposed to come out next week, right?
Yes, it's supposed to come out next week.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Burrow, didn't we go to Fran Griffin and then to Councilwoman Lipka?
Thank you, Mayor Jones. To that last question, that's I believe a Rita, whichever the day question, and it is coming out next week. And to further go into that, it has nothing to do with the 4 mil.
No,
It is strictly about the 193. So any entities or anything that we come up with and off the shelf, like the mayor said, shovel ready, you're gonna have all your ducks in a row. That would be also a John Hampton to help out, Eric, because when Corey Bush had the $700 million, we didn't get on board because we were not shovel ready. But because of that exercise, we are more shovel ready now than we have ever been. And so some of these things that have been coming up with this 4 mil will help us to be shovel ready. And I don't think that we will be left out in the cold this time. But what I wanted to talk about is Councilwoman, 3rd Ward, you are right on point. Because some of the processes that we have been looking into in Ward 2, we're working on right now is for youth in the summer. We have a youth program in the summer and have had for some 20-something odd years that we have been doing. And so we are reviving that because, and the only reason why we haven't done it is because we do St. Louis jobs here in Ferguson and have been doing it for all these years. So we're getting back on that. The only reason why we haven't done it in the last 2 years was because of the pandemic. So what that does for us is the pandemic is in itself a horrible thing, but we get to reap some things out of this pandemic as well. Because of the pandemic, we will be able to fund, if we do it right, if we come together. I do have shovel ready for the process. And so I'm glad to know that you're concerned about the youth being able to get out and do some things. And even there are quite a few other things that I think you would be interested in as well when it comes to this summer and the summer jobs. Thanks so much, Mayor, for the time.
you're welcome. Councilwoman Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor Jones. Thank you, Mr. Osterberg. And if you had any staff working with you on this, because I think, we really wanted to uplift community voice in this process. And I mean, you were able to lay out not only community voice, but also staff, staff ideas as well. And I think that that's a wonderful thing. I think it's good to also know that, we may possibly have even more money coming from St. Louis County, because what funds we use out of what the city of Ferguson has received, in terms of the different things that the community and the staff has said that is important to them to address, that maybe some of those St. Louis County funds that eventually come as well can take up the rest of the ideas and the things that were put forward within this particular spreadsheet right here. Things that are shovel ready, but also we know that, those ARPA funds are, the same requirements that we just went through going through this process with our money is pretty much going to be the same with St. Louis County. And so I really appreciate you all for being willing to do something outside the box to get community voice and actually put it down and spread it out and show it to us. And it's really plain and simple. I'm looking forward to having the special meeting because the lowering violent crime is really important. There's a way that we can always, even with the restoration program, like the idea was to kill two birds in one stone, increase the appraisal of the of our community, but also address poverty and crime within the community by making it easier to be able to own a home and invest in your community and have some value that you can collect for yourself. So
And-
this is pretty much, I just appreciate this process, because with all of that, it's all about being able to address issues, community concerns, and be able to, now we actually have funding that is coming down that is allowing us to do it. So I would definitely love to make the most of it. And then to Ms. Brooks' concern, I would also ask you if you could kind of open up or maybe briefly explain some of the ARPA funding that has already been allocated for the public so that the public is aware.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a number of projects within our CIP planning process that we conducted last year that ARPA dollars have been earmarked for. Some examples of that would be our or getting new laptops for some of our staff to facilitate remote learning, UV cleaners in our HVAC systems throughout our city buildings, and then a UV cooling light, our UV sanitation light at our city pool. But so far, those are the only items.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Lipka, and then we go back to Councilwoman Burrow, and we'll move on.
So I guess, the county funds have nothing to do with this, and it'll be a cold day when we finally see county funds probably. But, and then we've also got Missouri state funds that we will probably be getting in the near future. But I want to go back to what Councilwoman Noah brought up on the crime, because I completely agree with her. And she and I actually sat in together on one of these meetings, the Zoom calls. And Erica Brooks was also in our group, and Erica had come up, with where Quita was talking about violent crime or nonviolent crime. Anything that lowers crime is valuable. And some of the ideas that some of our citizens like Erica Brooks brought up was, the having funds to board up these homes so that they don't become squatter rights, and boarding them up in a manner that is attractive to the community, as they did over at Whistle Stop, where they painted those to look like windows, which was Mike Palmer and his group of people. And then to have a shovel-ready project, Mike Palmer has a great idea on that as well, which would be like 52 weeks, 52 homes. That would be a shovel-ready project that would make a massive difference within this community, and especially in Ward 3. So, because we know that Ward 3, unfortunately, has a majority of the vacant homes right now. So, I have been talking about what we could do in regards to vacant homes for the 6 years I've been on here. So, and Ward 3 is always, all of the communities are important, all the wards, but Ward 3 is the one that takes the biggest brunt. So, any of these things would be beneficial, could be done immediately, can be implemented. And I would say that the crime and traffic and that kind of thing are the things that I would like to see us focus on sooner than later. And I just want to commend, those that have contributed to this because it's important.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to just appreciate the time that we've spent here tonight, just talking about this. Kudos to you, Mr. Osterberg, for all the hard work. And I don't know how many of you can relate to this, but I think Mike Palmer is onto something. It sounds like the Nehemiah story in the wall, 52 weeks. So I would wrap this around us praying that he would, I believe he can do it. I believe he can pull it off. And so if we would rally around, if you look at some of the things he's done already with the restoration program, I'd want to move into one of those houses he just did. So I appreciate him as well for putting his money where his mouth is and for doing what he say he's going to do. So thanks, Mayor, for this evening. I appreciate it.
Okay, anything else?
So Mayor, I just want to make sure I didn't say, I'm talking 52 homes in 52 weeks. I just want to make sure it's not all demolition, it's rehabbing and 52 homes, 52 weeks throughout the community.
Okay. City Manager?
That concludes the ARPA presentation unless council has any additional questions. All right, moving on. The next item that we have on under presentations, special presentations, excuse me, tonight is our senior housing development discussion of potential use of incentives, as well as some projections from city staff. Tonight, presenting will be Elliot Liebson, our planning director.
Thank you, Eric. Octavia, can I share the screen?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Share, pull that up. Okay. So you all have, thank you for letting me have us present tonight. You all have the spreadsheet that the city manager gave to you. So that I'll be referring to that a time or two in this presentation. What I want to do is talk about tonight 3 things. First, what we're proposing as far as in a response to the developer's request, the assumptions that we're making, and then what our rationale is for making this recommendation. So here, as you can see, we've got the site and one of the projects that the developer has already done, just to give you a little background. So the proposal that we're putting forward is this. First, sorry. All right, everybody still there?
We're here. You got this, Elliot.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. So the proposal, 3 parts. First, $100,000 from economic development sales tax.
Elliot, your the slide's not up correctly.
It's not?
No, we're just seeing a bunch of white windows.
Okay. Give me a second here. Do you see that?
Yes, now we can see it. It's not full screen though.
Let's see if I can. Can you see that?
No.
Okay, well, it won't let me get it any, where was I? Okay, let me stop sharing, start over. Okay. Okay, can you see it? Does everyone see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And unfortunately, this technology is such that this is the best I can do as far as size. Well, let me try one thing. Nope, that's not working. All right, so as I said, $100,000 from economic, we're proposing $100,000 from economic development sales tax as a forgivable loan. Waiving all initial permit fees, construction, occupant, building permit, occupancy, sign, permit, site plan, et cetera, which would we figure generate about $23,500. And then waiving the city's share of the property tax through the year 2033 and use taxes, which we estimate will be worth over $66,000. And the assumptions that we're making, and these are on your spreadsheet, we'll just go into a little detail. First, we have the county's property tax rate and the city's share, which is 0.5430. And that gives us the annual tax rate that we aggregate to get the 66,000. We're assuming 10 million of project cost. Now, as the applicant, the developer mentioned last time, his proposal to us was 9 million, but that the cost went up. We're being very conservative with our estimates to make sure that we're not estimating the value of this. But it's pretty clear that it's going to cost more. So we've about 10, 15%, 12% increase in value is what we estimate the project cost will be. Then what? Oh, sorry. We're assuming 32% valuation of new improvements by the assessor. Now let me explain that because it sounds a little wonky. That means that whatever the project is valued at by the developer, they send 10 million. The county will say that it's worth about 3 million, and then they will do an assessed value of, the 32% off of that 3 million. So we don't get the full value of the project. That's what that 32% valuation means. And we're assuming that the county will increase the appraised value 2% each year. And that's based on the value changes in the other projects that are on the spreadsheet that we submitted to you earlier this month. So now I want to talk about why we're recommending this proposal. First and foremost, the property right now, we're getting nothing from the city. No one's getting anything, and nothing is going to be developed on this property so long as it's in arrears for the kind of money that it is. And you see, it's almost $200,000 in back taxes. And that has to be dealt with before anything can happen. Second, any potential city property maintenance, weeds, debris, whatever, would be wiped. You've seen the pictures of what the developers' other projects are looking like. This, it's going to go from a overgrown forest to an actual maintained development. Next, bringing up the neighborhood properties value for the same reason. Having a 40-unit apartment building next to you, it's going to improve everything. And there's really no more to say on that. So next, up to 80 new customers for surrounding retailers. And, 2 words, Cracker Barrel. You have 80 seniors within hailing distance. That's just one. It's going to be an increase in value for everybody surrounding them. The city will see resident revenue from residential occupancy applications. This isn't a huge amount. It's a couple hundred a year, but assuming that there's 25% turnover that's another couple $100 plus whatever utility rates that we get from them. And so it's even with property tax abatement, we're still getting some revenue generation out of this project. Finally, and then it addresses a critical need for senior housing. I mean, this has come up. It's come up in the comp plan. It's come up in a number of other conversations, and this is doing exactly what people have said we need. So there it is. Now, I want to just address one last point. We're saying that the economic development sales tax can fund a project of this nature. The rules state, and I'll just read it for you, that at least 20% of the revenue must be used for projects directly related to long-term economic development preparation, including but not limited to the following. And these are in the state rules: acquisition of land, extension of streets, installation of infrastructure for industrial and business parks, or improvement of water and wastewater treatment capacity. Those are, as noted, those are just examples of what can be done with this 20% portion of the revenue that we have to spend through economic development sales tax. So there's any number of pieces of this project, from grading to infrastructure, that EDST can be used and under this section of the state statute. And with that, I will open it to questions. Or I believe, Eric, was there some other things you?
No, not yet.
Okay. Then I open it to the council for questions, and thank you for letting me make this presentation.
Councilwoman Linda Lipka, you have your hand up.
Not right now. I'm sorry. That was from our last conversation.
Okay.
I'll have questions in a little while. Does nobody else have questions?
Any questions from anyone?
Mayor, I will go ahead and ask a few questions. Elliot, back when we were talking about this back in October, I know this project it started becoming a project like in July, when conversations began with between the developer and the mayor and that kind of thing. And that was when we were in between city managers, and we had Chief John Hampton as our temporary city manager. Interim is the word I'm looking for. But this conversation started even before city staff was involved. And then when the person wanted to look at the properties, I guess the property in Ferguson Woods was presented, and there was a lot of conversation with the citizens of Ferguson Woods. And I was super excited for them, and they were super excited, because when I heard about it was when Mayor Jones informed myself and the citizens of Ferguson Woods at a meeting we were having in the parking lot of a church back in, I think, July or August. But anyway, and my question is, and I brought it up in October, where did you put this RFP out? How long was it out? Who had the opportunity to present on it? Because we only had one, which is this guy. And I asked if we could put it out again. And we talked about marketing it directly to senior development corporations and different developers that do this across the country, across the state, across the St. Louis area. And nothing ever came of that. So that's what I want to know, because I mean, we've got an $800,000 developer's fee. We've got $100,000 from EDST, which we haven't even had the boards and commission the EDST boards and commission have their first meeting. They haven't had any opportunity to look this over or make a recommendation to the council, which is what we're supposed to do. And then we're going to turn it into a forgivable loan on top of that, as well as waiving all the other things. I mean, this is a sweet ass deal. And, you know, I want to know why we never had any response to another RFP request that I had made back in our October meeting, I think it was. And how come we didn't reach out to more people? So, I mean, those are the things that that are hanging out there that don't fit. These things aren't fitting together. So what is your response?
Well, I was acting under direction of, city
Of who?
management. So, well,
I mean, we didn't have a city manager. We had John Hampton. So who were you acting under the direction of at that time? Was that John Hampton?
yeah, and I'd like to refer it back to John to comment on this if he's willing.
Yeah, Mayor, Council. This actually started when Jeff was here. We're talking about senior housing, and then we just kept the ball rolling. I talked to Elliot and said, let's get some areas where we can get some large property that we could potentially put senior housing. And then they kind of went from there. We went to that area that you talked about at, was it Ferguson Woods? Sorry.
Yes.
But then we went also back to them, and apparently their association is broken up. And so in order to sell that piece of property, I believe we would have to go to every 177 people at our residential properties, or whoever owns the property has to vote yes. So this is why this property came up, and we put that in for senior housing.
Well, no, I understand that, but the thing that I don't understand is like, you're right. They do have an association that they had to get all this work done, but they knew that, and they were organizing themselves. And that's what the meeting was. There was a two-part meeting, or it was I apologize. It was a second meeting that was designed specifically to discuss how to do that, how to get to these different neighbors, and, start a campaign walking around the neighborhood, getting the signatures, getting the information out, getting the response from the community members of Ferguson Woods. And then all of a sudden the property just went somewhere else. And, I
understand, Ms. Lipka. My understanding is we are still waiting for them to get organized. And there is nothing to say that that property can't be developed once they're organized.
Well,
there was
yeah.
potential. We looked at the property that we're using today. It's owned by one person, I believe, or it was. And now it's in post third, correct?
Yes. And if I could add one more piece to this.
I can.
There was a time crunch in October, or actually going back insofar as the developer was applying to the state for state tax credits, which they still are, but that round there was a deadline. It was October, November, but there was a hard deadline, and it was not going to be able to be done with the Ferguson Woods property under that timeline. Now, that's not to say, as Chief Hampton just said, that can't happen in the future, and we still want to develop Ferguson Woods in some form or fashion, that in a way that works for the neighbors. I mean, that's a sweet piece of land, but the logistics of that site, even once the residents are organized, is still more challenging than for this current property. And I would encourage the residents to continue that. And, if there's anything that if there's a role for us to play on our end, that's something we can do. But that's why this other property was chosen.
So let me go back to the other thing. what came first, the chicken or the egg? I mean, in the sense that, did we just say, okay, because Chief Hampton, I hear what you're saying, that yes, Jeffrey Bloom, and I had had conversations with Jeffrey Bloom when he was the interim manager about senior housing. I'd had conversations with him about the piece of land in Ferguson Woods quite a lot. And that was something that was an active search to find something that would match with that piece of land. Now, that being said, when the conversation that you had, Chief Hampton, about we want to continue that search for senior housing, did we put out an RFP saying, hey, we're looking for senior housing? Did we put out an RFP and then this gentleman was the only one that answered it? Or did this gentleman come to the city and say, hey, I found this piece of land, I want it post third, I want to build a senior center here, and you need to get an RFP so that I can do this? What happened? Which one happened first?
So no RFP went out. We did
Okay.
not put an RFP out to look for a developer. We were actually looking at the property down by, Elkins area. But that is actually in a floodplain. So that's what made us start looking for other areas.
Okay.
So then we found a developer and we asked what it takes normally, because he has just done one in Jennings not too long ago, what type of property that he needs or is needed to fulfill a senior housing development. And obviously we could not put it in where there is potential flooding. And so then we looked at other potential areas through the city. So no RFP was done. We were just seeking out, looking for what we could do for senior housing.
Okay. So then I guess he approached us, and that's when the conversation started meshing together, that's when the RFP was created. But I do distinctly remember that when we talked about this, I want to say it was either the end of September or beginning of October in our council meeting. I had asked if we could put the RFP out again because we only had one response, and we did the RFP after the fact in regards to knowing we were only going to have one response or one sure response. But I think to be ethical, and I asked for it then, that we put the RFP out and we open it up and we market it properly to have more than one response so that we can have more than one opportunity to look at a senior housing development from more than one developer. Because I feel like you can't, not having competition, not having an opportunity for a legal competitive process of bidding, it leaves you with one person, and that's where we are. And I think that we need to, on behalf of our finances as a city, on behalf of our potential residents of a community like this, we need to do this in a more transparent manner, open this RFP up, get more incentive. And if we still don't have anybody else after that, well, then of course, then you see, that's where we are. But we haven't even tried to do that. And that's my concern. The process didn't start with the RFP. The RFP came after a developer approached us, or we worked with the developer.
Our RFP, Elliot, when we put the RFP out, doesn't it go to an area where other contractors view this?
Yeah. I don't. I'm sorry if I could jump in.
No, go ahead, please.
I wasn't prepared to address that point. The list of places that it was sent out, but it was sent out pretty broadly, and I will be happy to get that this week and bring that back to the council so that you know where it was sent to. It wasn't just like mailed out to one teeny tiny place so that there would be only a limited number of responses.
Well, I asked for that information back then in the late September, October. So I would be happy to get it. And I would say too that, I would like to also challenge you to bring back to the council the information of what we've spent in regards to other projects, like for instance, the lofts. We've had lofts built in downtown Ferguson and they were TIF and they had funding. I would like to see what was the cost of that project? What was the estimated tax value to the city of that project? What was the rent value of that project? And bring all of that in comparison. Because if we can see a comparison of what we've done in the past, what it's brought back to the city, what it has potential to continue bringing to the city in tax dollars, property taxes, rent, and all that other stuff, as well as financial aspects to the retail businesses of the city in comparison to this, I think we're going to find that this project is much more expensive than it really should be. But that's my guesstimate. I want actual data. So if you could bring that data and show us, because I'm not comfortable with our city council making any recommendations of accepting this proposal until we've had the opportunity to truly compare project to project, to have an opportunity to see where the RFP went. Do we want to open the RFP to more opportunities? And looking at the realities of this situation in comparison to what our financial requirements are as a city, when we don't have fixed streets, we don't have speed bumps anywhere, we don't have enough police officers. I mean, we need to really look at this, because I'm not saying we don't need senior housing, we definitely do, but we need to look at this very carefully before we spend this kind of money on one bidder. We need to find more bidders, and we need to look at our data.
Well, I will gladly provide that information for you. And then,
Well, not just for me, I would like it for all of the council members, so that
you writ large, the plural you.
perfect. Thank you.
Councilwoman Noah.
Well, first, the lofts, how many units are in the loft? Because this senior building is going to be 40 units, correct?
Yes.
So how many units are in the lofts?
Which building are we referring to?
Whichever one Councilwoman Lipka referred to.
There's more than one, Councilwoman Noah.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You referred to the loft, so I'm asking, the lofts that you referred to, how many units are there?
Which ones are you talking about? You're talking about the ones developed by?
The ones that you referred to, Councilwoman Lipka.
Well, ma'am, I don't own the building, so I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's my answer. Secondly, the EDST board has never met.
Correct.
Exactly. So, and there have been funds distributed from that board, and they have never, I mean, not from the fund, I'm sorry. There have been funds distributed from the EDST fund, and the EDST board has never met.
And that doesn't make it right.
Thank you.
Are you finished, Councilwoman Noah?
I'm sorry, I said thank you. Yes, ma'am, I'm finished.
Okay. City manager.
Yes, I just wanted to add a comment related to the EDST board. It was brought to staff's attention that we had never convened an EDST board since the history of its the founding of the sales tax back in 2016. Elliott and Councilwoman Burrow are moving forward to try to convene that group for the first time within the next couple of weeks here, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
To try and just get that conversation going. I just wanted to give that context to everybody.
Okay, Councilwoman Burrow, and then Councilwoman Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, City Manager Eric and I have put out some information to the commission, and we should have a date relatively soon. I do want to mention for Ms. Lipka, the word is fair, F-A-I-R. For many years, we have in Ferguson been doing business as usual and not going in the proper process and procedures. It's time out for that. And so if we have to build an SOP for everything, we should just use some common sense. There should have been an RFP. You didn't do it. It's not like, oh, this ship has sailed. It has not even left the dock. So we do need to do what we're supposed to do in the manner that we're supposed to do it. Every time I turn around, we got a oh, an SOP, SOP. I mean, I don't even know how we made it to where we are today, but I think what it was more cohesiveness amongst the council in the past. It was more cohesiveness with trust and that type of thing going on. And so maybe it wasn't needed. It was a meeting of the minds. We don't have that here today in this city. So we have to go by what's fair and what's right. And so if you got to go back and do your homework, if you got to go back to the board of whatever you got to do, let's just get it right. And there are some other things that when the person that was here last time with McKinney said, I asked the question, I said, what happens when a citizen has taken their money, made the down payment, and so, oh, they come down with a debilitating disease or some kind of ailment. Where do they go? Not my problem. That's what McKinney said. That's not what I do. Okay, that I get it. He's a builder. Okay, no problem. But then that's when the family came in, and the woman kept saying, and the social worker, whatever she was, I don't know, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I didn't catch her name, but she kept saying that's when the family comes in. But you know what I deal with on a daily basis? There is no family. People move into the senior citizen houses, and guess what? They're all by themselves. They get sick and have to go to the hospital. The social worker, whatever she is, said that's when the family comes in. And I was surprised that nobody said, where is the family? I have put out a question to some developers that are not part of Missouri. So I'm getting some information because it looks like we can't do it with this council. So every council person on their own to do their own research. And because I would have expected for Lieberman to have done this, but it didn't happen. So I put out a bogey and said, hey, you still doing this kind of work? Guess what? I don't know where you put your search out to, Lieberman, but there's a whole lot of people still doing this kind of work across the country. I would not want to see just one person. If there's no RFP, this is unfair. I'm just going to bring up the example of the waste people. I asked the question of Matt, how does this work? Oh, we just keep renewing it every 5 years. Well, where is the break when another person get an opportunity to put in a bid to be the waste management people for Ferguson? Well, that's the way we've always done it. But if you do it the way you've always done it, folks, you're going to get what you always got. You, of all people, council folks, most of us, I'll put myself there, have been talking about Ferguson for years not being fair. Now is the opportunity for us to say we're going to do chicken right, and the colonel would be proud. That has to be an SOP for this project. I suggest that we get the SOP done so that we can have some rules and regulations so that it won't be that's the way it had to be. Else you know what's going to end up happening? Lawsuit. That's what's going to end up happening. And so I would question us going like, oh, we got 40 senior citizens that need to be housed tomorrow. That's not our testimony. It's not. And so we shouldn't be, so let's just stop the train. Just stop the train and let's do chicken right. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Councilwoman Griffin.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing, is good to know that the EDST board is going to be meeting. I had sent an email to staff in regards to Melanie Randall's needing to be contacted. I know when we probably have a few other new folks. I don't know if staff has reached out to them, but
We have.
They are waiting. Have you spoken with Miss Melanie Randall's, Miss Randall's?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
she's on the board, and we are working out a date and a time, and we should have that locked in by the end of the week.
Okay, good, great. I just wanted to make sure that was done because she was reaching out. Just for clarity's purposes, again, Elliot, was there an RFP that was put out?
There was an RFP for development of the property. And yeah.
Okay.
And if
And we included the RFP in the initial materials that we had sent out to City Council last year. I think that would have been last November.
I
Yep.
believe so. I recall that as well. I just wanted to, I mean, because I just kept hearing, different conversations, and I just wanted to make sure that I got that answer from staff, the certainty of was in fact an RFP put out. And then, so generally when you have developers, maybe Elliot, generally when you have developers who are interested in development, they would then come to the city. Would they normally have like a location in which they were trying to do it? Or would they say, hey, I'm a developer, I want to, develop this particular type of business in your city, and then you go from there?
It varies. There's no set pattern. In this case, the developer had certain ideas. In the case of Burlington, when we did the CID, the developer was already negotiating to purchase the property when they approached us. But other times, and in particular with smaller businesses, they are looking for ideas. They don't know what they don't know. And so they will come and say, well, I want to do a development in the city. Where should I go? And that's when we start having the generalized conversation. What I do want to, if I could just add one point, go back to Councilwoman Lipka's question. One property in particular, the Palmer's Lofts at where 235 South Florissant, where Baked Pizza was, their building permits were a total of about 3.6 million. And while I do not have the exact number, I do know that they received over several $100,000 in incentives. And that's just for one comparison. And I will get the exact numbers when I get back to the office. But I was involved with that, with the repayments. So I know I have a good feel for those numbers.
Okay, thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you for answering that question, because that was definitely going to be one of mine. And I also, so basically the gist of it is, developers may come in and they may have a location in mind. Some may have a service in mind, but they're looking for a location. But the gist is you take them how you get them, correct?
Yes. Now, what I will say, one thing we can do is do an RFQ, which is a little different from an RFP, for in general, to address the main point. If we're going to say, hey, we want to find out about senior housing developer interest in general, do an RFQ and go nationwide, or as far as we can. But in this case, it was more of a specific developer looking at a specific property. But we did put out an RFP and cast our net fairly wide. We didn't just, bait a specific hook for one fish.
And do you remember like the time allotment that you allowed the RFP to kind of stay out in cyberspace until?
I don't know. It was some number of weeks, and I don't have the specifics. It's in the RFP that was in your packet last fall, but I can get that information in with the rest that I'm providing and bring it back to the council.
Okay. I just had those few questions for now. Thank you.
Councilwoman Burrow, your hand is up.
Yes, ma'am, I have a question. Excuse me, one second, please.
Bless you.
Thank you so much. I need that blessing too. I have a question for you, Elliot.
Yes, ma'am.
The question is, and it's about the last year, just the last year that we've had problem after problem after problem out of your area because of no SOPs. I want to know your stance on the SOP, because what you said, there is no set pattern. You mentioned that. So if there's no set pattern for process and procedures, and we're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, when there is a decision that has to be made and there's no set process or procedures, who gets the last call? Who gets the decision? Those that are popular, those that are in, because we already know that all of council don't get to know everything that the other council people have. So I just want to know, when do we, and here's something for those people that think Ward 2 don't do nothing. When do we, those that handle Ward 2, the council folks, be accountable to our constituents? Because guess what? Nobody stopped the train. I'm not trying to stop buses or build buses or none of that. Get a bus for somebody or take a bus away from nobody. All I'm saying is for the folks, not just in Ward 2, but all over Ferguson, this business that we talking about, there's no set procedure and we giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars. Don't forget now, we just gave away $60,000 because of popular belief. So I'm still getting calls about that. Are we gonna let that go on? What's gonna be next? Well, here it is, it's next. So I'm asking you, what's your stance right now in this particular project? Do we stop the train, skirt, and put on the brakes and let's do chicken right? I wanna know your answer to that.
Councilor Burrow, staff is at the point where we are bringing forward this information to you as city council to make the decision. As far as like SOPs are concerned, we did go through that RFP process and bring that to city council. Again, last November, there was a discussion that city council wanted me, the city manager, to present to you and give you information about incentives and their use, and then use this Lewis McKinney application as kind of a use case for incentives.
Thanks so much.
Councilwoman Griffin, oh, you still talking, Councilwoman Burrow?
That's okay, because I didn't get my answer from Eric, not from Eric, but from Elliot. Elliot needs to be accountable to us because we've been through this year and last year.
Respectfully, Elliot reports to me, and staff has followed the direction of council on this altogether, from Jeff to John to myself. Elliot's the staff member that does the day-to-day work, but then it's my job as a city manager to jointly present and kind of give greater context as far as like the use of incentives or whatnot are concerned.
Duly noted. Thanks so much, Eric. Now I'll put the question to you. Same question. Are we going to stop the train? Are we going to say, let's do an SOP? Let's get it ground rooted. So I get what you're saying and I appreciate that and I respect you for that. But I want to know, do you think that it's time that we put these SOPs in place before we forge ahead and it's just up for grabs and there's no set pattern? I'm concerned and I'm telling you, my constituents are concerned and they're very much concerned about every time we turn around, we're moving something forward and nobody knows. And they're scared to death of a lawsuit. I think, we're all gun shy with the consent decree. And I appreciate it. And I want you to know that I'm truly duly noted what you just said. So can you answer that question?
Yeah, so as far as SOPs are concerned with the use of incentives, again, I think this is our first case where this would be at least since I've been here, the first time that we've used incentives. I think as far as incentives and their use go, the best practice is just the consistency across the board. We have used incentives in the past in redevelopment agreements. We have used EDST funding. So this is not out of the ordinary for the city to support a proposal like this. Ultimately, would just be the decision of city council to decide whether or not you all as a group want to move forward with offering the incentives or not.
Okay, so with the SOP, are you saying we don't need an SOP right now? I'm just looking for a yes or no answer. Do you think we're to stop the train and do an SOP rather than what?
I guess I would just ask for clarity. SOPs in this case, because there are certain rules that we have to follow when we're using incentives. We have to go through an RFP process like we did go through. So I guess I would ask what it sounds like. Maybe there was a breakdown in communication between council members at the beginning of kind of as we embarked out on trying to get this done. This predates my tenure here, but I guess I would just ask for more clarity about what we need additional procedures for.
You're right. And so the additional procedures, and because the EDST state statute money, we have to go by a lot of rules and regulations. I'm up on that. My concern is when you hear the person that we pay from the staff reports to you, got all of that, say that no set patterns for processes and procedures in this case right here. There's no set reason, that's no set procedures. And so that's what I'm talking about. I think I would like to see it spelled out. This conversation is so great, I'm loving it, but I'd like to see it spelled out. As you go get that other information that Lipka talked about, I'd like to see say, like that presentation you did today, because you do those very well. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's what I'd like to see. I want to have clarity.
Yeah, I'm happy to resend the presentation out to the city council members related to incentives and their use. And if I can get some additional feedback from council, maybe then we could talk about, process moving forward. The intent of that presentation that I had given to council, sent over to you, I think last week, was really to start a discussion about making, when we're talking about incentives, what we're really talking about is economic development. So we need to have a broader conversation about our goals and what we're trying to achieve. And then that should kind of drive how we go about, seeking businesses
Exactly.
and incentives we want to use.
That's where I want to be. Exactly. Now we're there. So I'm just real concerned about what we're doing here about this. And as we moving forward is great. But I want to be having clarity about this, because we've been doing this for the last 2 years and it precedes you. This is before your time. And so you might have to do a little more clarity and catching up. But I think you're up for the challenge. And so that's what I'd like to say. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor, for taking the time.
Okay, Councilwoman Griffin.
Oh, thank you. So I just wanted staff's recommendation for council to take a look at this and figure out, in terms of incentives, or is this the recommendation of staff?
So this is the recommendation of staff, but council can move forward with a read. So the next step, if council wanted to proceed forward with this, would be a draft redevelopment agreement with whatever incentives you all want to offer to Mr. McKinney. That would be the next step. Certainly one of the things that was not mentioned in the presentation, because this presentation was more about the incentives, the use of property tax waiving and EDST funding. But another aspect of this is that Mr. McKinney did request, if you'll remember, he requested us to acquire the land through post-third acquisition, which certainly is not a $0 item. Even, the land has value regardless of what we get it for, I'd say. And then the other thing too is that there's still some other items that council would need to discuss and decide on, such as Mr. McKinney asked for, as he presented last time, the low-income housing tax credits, that he had asked for us to make some arrangement where we're giving some sort of loan. That would be something that council would need to decide. As I've mentioned last year in November when we brought this up, as well as a couple of other times with council, my recommendation would be that we don't go forward with that aspect of it, that we would just at most offer acquiring lands through post-third acquisition, and then some combination of property tax waivers and EDST allocation. But the exact amount would be up to council. But what's before you today is what staff recommendation.
So the presentation that the developer presented to us, I don't believe that loan part was in there. Is that correct? Or do you remember? Was the loan part still a part of the presentation that he provided?
I thought it was, because he went over the acquiring of that.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Thank you and then also I was wondering if maybe you or Elliot could touch on Nick Kassoff's comment regarding the additional fees that were being requested that weren't necessarily needed.
I jumped on the call late, so unfortunately I didn't catch it.
The way that I interpreted this, and I by no means do I want to put words in saying what Mr. Kassoff was saying. Sometimes I've heard people refer to developers' fees as a way to communicate what the developer is asking for of the city. So like when you're talking about the value of us acquiring the land, the EDST allocation that he requested, the loan, the waiver of property taxes, the waiver of use taxes, that can be considered in some people's perspective like developers fees, like what the developer's trying to charge, if you will, the city to do the kind of the cost of doing business with them. That's a way to look at a request for incentives.
So in this case, he's just speaking in general about the incentives overall that the developer is requesting.
Again, I that's what I would interpret him as saying, but that's all I can really say.
Okay, but there is nothing where where the city of Ferguson would basically be giving him additional dollars that are not required in order to make this facility come to light?
Yes, all that Mr. McKinney has asked for was those things that we had mentioned, the post-third acquisition of the land that the city would transfer over to him, the loan tax credit, loan agreement, property tax waiver, EDST allocation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilwoman Nelson.
Eric, if you don't mind me asking, what are your recommendations? Are they in line with what Elliot has presented, or did you have any?
I would, yeah. So Elliot and I talked a lot about this. I was leaning on Elliot's expertise about the area, the history, and his projections. But I do agree with, so Mr. McKinney, if you'll remember, he specifically requested, I believe, $200,000 in EST allocation. Elliot, is that correct?
He was looking for something in that range, yeah.
Yeah, so one of my concerns with EDST funding is that, we know that the EDST funding in part goes towards our cops for downtown. And I think that we should be careful about how much EDST funding we're using, especially as we're moving towards having having an active and engaged EDST board that is reviewing recommendations or uses as we move forward as a city. So I would say that. So I think this is a way to kind of, we're in a good faith negotiation with Mr. McKinney where we're, trying to share, we're trying to meet him at the table and kind of see if we can't work out something different. Again, I would also, I would advise against the kind of the loan agreement that was recommended. Again, it's from his presentation at the last council meeting. Again, it's my opinion that the fact that the city might be interested in transferring the land, doing EDST allocation, waiving property tax values, all of those are property tax assessment, all of those things will get him points in his application. So I don't think that we need to go that extra step to do the kind of that weird financial arrangement that he's proposed to us. So yeah, I am supportive of what Elliot's presented today to you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Lipka.
Yes, ma'am. Not sure if I'm in a position to make a motion or a request, but I do want to make a request of some sort. And Mayor, you can tell me how it should be worded, but I would like to make a request that we meet as a council to discuss these incentives within the next 14 days. So how would you like me to put that on the floor?
You could put a motion on the floor.
Okay, well, then I make a motion that as a council, we meet to discuss the incentives before we move forward so that we can come to a consensus within the next 14 days.
I second.
Wait a minute, Apollo.
Yeah, you don't need a meeting. You don't need a motion to have a meeting. You can just call a meeting. Like if somebody wants to call a special meeting, and it sounds like you have a motion and a second already. So you have two council people who like to call a special meeting. You certainly can do it if you want, but you just don't need to.
Well, that's the clarity I was looking for. Thank you. So I would like to have a special meeting to discuss this.
I think I'd like to go ahead and have it, if you don't mind, Ms. Lipka, as a motion. We've had problems before with the council and things not being done as we said they would be. So I prefer a motion than to be on the books that way.
All right, well, I leave it on the floor then.
She had a motion. Is there a second?
I already seconded.
Okay. Restate your motion for everyone to hear.
I make a motion that we have a meeting as a council to discuss the incentives and come to a consensus as a council within the next 14 days before we go further in this process.
Any questions? I see.
I do have a question.
Okay. Eric, your hand up. Let's go with you first, please.
Sorry, I was muted. This is just a question for council, just to make sure that staff is prepared with all of the information that you need to help aid in your discussion. Would it be helpful if staff had a draft RDA for council to respond to? There wouldn't be like a motion, but that would just be something for you to respond to. So it would say, entering into contract with Mr. McKinney, here's the incentives as kind of staff recommended, and then you have an opportunity to kind of edit what you would want and not want in there.
I would say that it would be helpful to have the staff recommendations as well as all of the opportunities so it's kind of like a comparable chart. One side is staff and one side's what we have to offer. And I still would be looking for the comparable numbers from past projects that we've done in the city. But keep in mind the past projects that we've done in the city, when I refer to the loss and things like that, I want to look at those dollars, but I want to see the percentage of income and the percentage of value regarding, those projects and this current project. But the thing is, those projects are retail value and this project is going to be low income value. So there's going to be a difference in that appraisal process built in already. So we have to keep that in mind.
Yeah, we did conclude some of that in the projection sheet. We actually pulled up Mr. McKinney's other project of a similar nature to kind of show you, kind of illustrate what property taxes have done over time. But just for clarity, Councilor Lipka, it sounds like you wanted other projects that we've done in the city. Would it be helpful to just pull up a list of other projects that we've, for example, either like waived property taxes for or done EDST allocations for?
Yeah, maybe that's what I'm looking at. I want to just be able to compare where we spent our money before and what kind of return we got on that investment.
All right, yeah, can provide.
That's easy enough.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did I answer Ms. Griffin's question?
No, Fran, what is your question, Ms. Councilwoman Griffin?
I just wanted to know if Councilwoman, the motion that Councilwoman Lipka made and Councilwoman Tony Burrows seconded, are they suggesting that we have a meeting and base our decision off of consensus?
I'm suggesting that we have a discussion about incentives and hopefully as a unit of people called the council, we come to an agreement.
And that's what I.
Are we using that process to make our decision? Is that what we're saying?
No, it's for a meeting. We're just using this process to call a meeting. As the city attorney said, we can do it or we can't, and we don't have to. We can just call a special meeting because two of us have already said it. But because of problems for me, because of problems of things being said and not being kept as they were said, that's why I wanted it on the record. So guess what? Let's do it as a motion. We don't have any problems about who said what.
No, I don't have a problem with the motion. I have a question about the decision-making process.
Oh, okay.
That the motion was made for. That's what because is that in compliance with how we base our decisions?
So we just got told by the city manager that the council can weigh in on the incentives that we want to offer as a city to a developer. Am I correct, Mr. Osterberg?
That's correct. So typically the way that this would work is staff presents their projections. Council has all of that information. We have a RDA that we circulate with council. You guys have an opportunity to say, hey, generally the direction from council, the consensus is that we're going to move forward with these offerings. Then it would be, a first reading of an RDA. And then we would move forward with, passing that, entering into the contract, all those next steps.
And
So
how does,
all I'm saying, Fran, is that I want to have a meeting where we have that conversation, where we as a council discuss the different the different combinations of incentives and come to an agreement as 7 women to what incentives we're going to offer and which ones we're not.
I'm just asking specifically in regards to our decision-making process, because you put a motion out saying that, are we going to come to consensus? And that's what I'm asking, is that what, I hear what you're saying, what you're clarifying, but the motion that you put forward specifically had the word consensus in there. And consensus is a different process that we use. So I'm just saying it's in your motion.
So let me say this, since you brought my name up in this, if it's wordsmithing you need, take consensus out. It's no big deal. If that's the word that's hanging you up, I can do without the word.
Well, you can't change the motion once it's on the floor. She will have to withdraw the motion to change the wording.
Mayor, how many times have we done that? Reword your motion. Come on now. We do this almost every council meeting. You can pull any one of the recordings and you will have a motion that we had to reread to Octavia because the words got changed around. I mean, let's be real here.
Councilwoman Burrow, that would definitely change the way in which I vote. So I'm asking if that's the wordage that we're using. Because I would be in favor of it if we are to sit down and have a conversation and figure out what we're going to do. I would not be in favor of it if we sit down and talk about we're coming to a consensus, because that's within a motion that we're making. And again, I don't think our government structure is set up like that. That's why I'm saying, I'm trying to help.
I'm trying to help too. It's just the last meeting when you said almost the same thing. I would go this way if it was that way. And then when it came down, you went a whole different way. So here's what I'm saying. This is Lipka's motion. Okay. You brought your name into it. So what I'm telling Lipka is, and not you, Lipka is, if you've got a problem with the word consensus and it's just wordsmithing, I'm okay if you take it out, because all we really doing here is what the city attorney said we could do, is have a special meeting to discuss. So you're going to vote what you want to vote anyway. So the bottom line is, it's just a wordsmith. So Lipka, you do whatever you think is best, and I can second that. And as far as the mayor is concerned, we do this almost every meeting, change words on motions. And if you want to pull some of the ones we've done before and see how many times we've done it, then we can do that too.
It wouldn't be that difficult to correct it.
Octavia, do you mind reading it back? And can we get the share screen, our regular screen back too?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My apologies there.
Thank you.
I have a motion and a second to meet as a council to discuss incentives before moving forward to come to a consensus within the next 14 days.
Yeah, that's what I'm leaving on the floor then.
Councilwoman Nelson.
Oh, Eric answered my question. I apologize.
Any other questions? Are you ready to vote? I take the call the roll, please.
Councilwoman Noah?
No.
Councilwoman Griffin?
No.
Councilwoman Burrow?
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinette?
Aye.
Mayor Jones?
No.
Councilwoman Lipka?
Aye.
And Councilwoman Nelson?
Nope.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we have a meeting as a council.
We got to finish this motion.
It's finished.
No,
It got
it's
voted
not.
down.
I haven't called for the vote count.
My apologies.
What is the vote count, city clerk?
There were 4 no's, Mayor. That motion failed.
The motion failed. Now.
So, thank you, Mayor. I apologize for jumping too fast. I would like to make a motion that we as a council have a meeting within the next 14 days to discuss the incentives proposed by the city staff on this project.
Second that.
Are there any questions? I have a question. Why 14 days?
I'm just trying to give us 2 weeks. That way we got a little bit of time to get the city staff to get the information to us so that when we get the information, then we're all ready for the meeting. So I'm just thought it was a good number.
And I said second because it makes sense. If you're gonna sit down and look at some data, and most of us don't know what we're looking at, and we have all these questions without that data, can you imagine what's gonna happen when we do have the data? We need to be able to digest it ourselves after the city staff puts it together. So I think 14 days, if not 21 days, is good.
Any questions? If not, are you ready to vote? Clerk Pittman, please call the roll.
Councilman Griffin,
Aye.
Councilman Burrow,
Aye.
Councilman Robinette,
Aye.
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Councilman Lipka,
Aye.
Councilman Nelson,
Aye.
Councilman Noah.
I'm sorry. Aye.
Vote count, please, city clerk.
They were all yes.
Okay, motion passes that the staff will get additional information together, get it to the city council, and within 14 days, we'll meet and look over it. Okay. Anything else, city manager?
Oh, no, that ends, I think there's one more presentation, but I believe it's the NPSC,
Correct.
not staff.
Conflict of interest policy recommendation. Neighborhood Police Steering Committee.
Good evening. Can you all hear me? Hello, good evening.
Yes, yes.
So it's 10 minutes to 10, and I'm just trying to be considerate of the council and the time. If it pleases the council, we're ready to present tonight. But if it pleases the council, we're willing to delay our presentation until the next meeting. But if you're okay, we'll go forward. But we are willing to delay our presentations because in the interest of time.
Mayor, can I speak? This is Tony Barrow.
Yes.
I appreciate your consideration. So whatever please do pleases me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's okay with me, Councilwoman. I'm sorry, Ms. Kleins.
Yes, ma'am. So we can delay to the next council meeting, or because we're willing to do that.
Okay, it'll be more effective.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is everyone in agreement to have the NPSC do their presentation at the next council meeting in the month of March?
Yes. And thank you, Mildred. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Do we need to make a motion to the agenda, amend the agenda? Mayor?
Thank you, Ms. Kleins.
You're welcome.
Ms. Kleins is basically withdrawing to postpone it to another time. So I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
We'll be okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kleins. And we appreciate the Neighborhood Police Steering Committee want to be very considerate.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have a public hearing. And any resident that would like to speak on the public hearing, please make your notation in the chat box. Each speaker will be asked to provide their name and contact information, but please put it in the chat box for the public hearing. City Manager?
Yes, this is a public hearing for an SUP related to liquor license. Elliot?
Thank you, Eric. Mayor, members of council, I will do this as quickly as I can. The applicant is Ms. Jacqueline Phillips and Gerald Johnson, and at least one of them is on this evening. They are looking to open an event space / open bar at 3156 Pershall in the lower level in the back. This replaces the former Club Diamond. The applicant's partner operates the former Deja Vu 2 in North County. It's across this highway from the Home Depot, and this will replace that facility. Number of things that they're going to be doing that came up in the Plan Commission review. They're going to maintain a dress code. They will only allow customers over the age of 55. They're going to have security staff in the parking lot, and they will be, because they're going to be in the lower level in the back, they're going to be having a golf cart to bring guests around to their cars. This, just a brief review of the staff report. This was discussed between staff and the applicant last summer and fall. They applied for a liquor license in December. We pulled in February because there was some discussion and confusion about the details of the application, and part of which was a database issue, but we got that resolved. She went before the Plan Commission on February 16th. The Plan Commission voted unanimously in favor of recommending approval of this project to council. A hearing notice was published in a paper of record and mailed to all neighboring property owners on February 12th. As of this evening, no comments have been received by staff, either for or against, as a result of that notice. We recommend this proposal for the following reasons. The applicant has been operating, in addition to this use, a home health care office in Ferguson for almost a year. And prior to that, she's had that business for the last 25 years. She's also operated a restaurant simultaneous with that for 7 years. That restaurant caught fire in 2012 and was a complete rebuild. So she was able not only rebuild, but reopen for several years thereafter. She's also operated an event center in Robertsville, which is called the Once Upon a Time Ranch. As I mentioned, the applicant's partner is named Mr. Johnson, operated the Deja Vu Cafe 2 for several years. She's going to maintain the rules that I noted above as far as dress code and age of clients, customers. Her primary use is as an event center. The bar is merely another means of generating revenue if events do not suffice. She has spoken with the chief of police, who has indicated he has no issue with this proposal. Okay. The applicant has signed the lease and has been paying rent on this facility since last December, but has not been open. She understands that she cannot open without the proper permitting, and it's a testament to her willingness to play by the rules and work with the city. She's been paying rent and not been having any business in this space in the interim. As I mentioned, this is in the space of the former Club Diamond, which the city and the landlord have had problems with. And it's a testament to the ability of the skill and the quality of this applicant, that the property owner is willing to sign a lease with her, knowing that she's going to sell alcohol after having gone through this situation with the prior tenant. And you know, this property, it's taken this last several years, you know, because as I said, I've been working with him, bringing tenants through, getting them approved for zoning and so on. He's with this tenant, they are 2,500 square feet short, which is 5% of being fully occupied. And they've got a tenant online for that space. I bring this up to point out the fact that he's got an investment in the quality of his tenants, and he doesn't want to blow it by signing on someone who doesn't have the quality of their use. So that's an indication of, you know, the level that we're dealing with, that he's willing to take that risk. And finally, as I mentioned, Plan Commission voted unanimously last week to recommend in favor of approval. That ends my presentation. I turn it back to Mayor and Council.
Council, do you have any questions? Councilwoman Lipka.
So, Elliot, when I was reading through the information, it said the hours that they want to operate are noon to 1 a.m. Monday through Saturday, and then noon to 10 p.m. on Sunday. And the bar business was, as you said, to fill in the gaps between events.
Mm-hmm.
But I work in the event industry. For a space that size, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is the bar business is going to be much more substantial than what it sounds like. And that I don't have a problem with. I'm not questioning that. But I did do some research on past businesses, and I know Miss Phillips, and she's phenomenal. So I have no problem with Miss Phillips, and I don't know the other gentleman. But when I was doing some research on Mr. Johnson's business with Deja Vu, I noticed that he has a specialty of being able to do a lot of outdoor events. And during COVID, he did a lot of outdoor events and fish fries and things like that. My question is, did the Planning Commission take into consideration outdoor events in the parking lot? Because the sound ordinances for outdoor events, being that close to a neighborhood, would need to be taken into consideration. I know from my experience in this industry that when I work at different event spaces, I have to shut down my sound at certain, by 10 o'clock on some places, by 11 o'clock at some places. But normally when I'm up against a neighborhood, like this event space will be up against a neighborhood, it's at 10 o'clock or 10:30, no noise ordinance. So, keeping in mind, the past successes of Mr. Johnson's restaurant and his outdoor events, did the Planning Commission take that into consideration, and was it brought to the conversation as a possibility?
Well, the way the conditions of approval are written, they cannot have outdoor events, and I will pull that from the staff
If
report.
that's the case, I missed it, and my apologies then, because I
Yeah.
did not see that part. So
Let me just pull up the conditions of approval since I have it right here, just so that I'm speaking from knowledge. Excuse me. No, it does not say that, but it does. We did just, it was, I would refer to in the staff report, but that can be amended. The conditions of approval can be amended to that point, at that point.
yeah, and I see Mr. Johnson has his hand up, so I would like to hear what his thoughts are.
Okay, Councilwoman Robinette.
I was just gonna say that, Councilwoman Lipka, the noises, the noise ordinance is referenced in the conditions of approval. So that's already
we-
covered.
Do we know what the noise ordinance is specifically?
Section 2992, 29-92 is what is written in Exhibit 2.
I don't have that in front of me. Do you have it in front of you to read?
I don't have the section in front of me. I'm just reading what the conditions of approval are. And it says must conform to the Ferguson Municipal Code, Chapter 29, offenses, Section 29-92, noises prohibited. So the noise is covered under that condition of approval.
I'm pulling it up.
Councilwoman Burrow.
I was just gonna say, Elliot, if you want, I think that with it being unanimous and what Elliot just read, that it would already be covered, that the noise would be already considered. That's my take on it. Because
I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
no, you're good. You're good. When I do outside events, it's already covered. So because you can't even get past that unless it's covered.
Yeah, and what I was just going to say is that the noise ordinance is fairly lengthy. It would take too long to read it in its entirety. I can provide it to the council this week if you wish. It's, as I said, it's pretty thorough and it covers pretty much all eventualities as far as noise. So that's
Provide it to the council, please.
absolutely.
Okay. Councilwoman Burrow, you still have your hand up. Councilwoman Lipka, you have your hand up. If not, we'll move to comments. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, can we hear from Mr. Johnson?
That's in the next part that I'm going to do. Okay. Clerk Pittman, do you have anyone who want to speak and has put their information in the chat box or have notified you prior?
I do not.
I am in the chat box.
Do you have anyone in the chat box who would like to speak?
I do not have anyone in my chat box.
I am too in your chat box.
Oh,
If there's someone that's interested in speaking, just please tell me who you are because I'm looking at my chat box and I don't have anyone here.
please give your name and information to Clerk Pittman so I can allow you to speak.
Shit, it's not doing it.
Just give us your name since you cannot get it in the chat box, Ms. Camp.
Oh, Kimberly Camp.
You have her name, Octavia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Camp, you can speak.
Oh, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you.
And I'm
Very
sorry.
clearly.
My name is Kimberly Camp. I live on Honeywell Drive, and I am one of the trustees of Black Oak Subdivision. And I am here because our neighbors have met and we strongly oppose to this being behind our neighborhood. And again, I understand the noise ordinance. We've had noise ordinances for everything that has been built behind us. And we constantly, our houses rattle with boom boxes and people leaving on parking lots and the conversations. We have young children, they go to school, 10:30 on a Sunday night is very late to have noise coming out of facilities, people coming and going, making all kind of noise. So I'm here on behalf of Black Oaks to say that we really don't need another facility back there, bar or events, because even the events, the sound carries out of the venue. The people coming and going with the noise coming out of the venue is extremely disruptive to our neighborhood. And we've had multiple things come that have been built. We've heard over and over and over again how it's not going to disrupt our neighborhood, or we're not going to hear the sound. And my windows still rattle from the boom boxes, from Krispy Kreme, from Burger King, from Nashvori. I mean, just throughout the neighborhood, we constantly have this going on. And then we come to the different meetings, we talk about it, and then everything still gets built, and then we have to listen to it and deal with it. We have now people coming through the back of the shopping center mall down there, cutting through the backyards. We've had gunfire back there. And all of this just continues every time there's something if it's not a shop or something like that, but alcohol makes people loud. It makes them do things they don't normally do. So again, I am here on behalf of Black Oak Subdivision, which runs down this entire strip, and the neighbors of that community, to say that we really don't want that type of event behind us.
Thank you, Ms. Camp. Mr. Johnson, could you please give the clerk your full name so you can speak?
I'm sorry, Mayor, before we move to Mr. Johnson, I do have some others that have now entered the chat box.
Okay. Okay. Who's
Wait,
next?
Now I just mute myself. I said, y'all mute me again.
Okay. Who's next, Ms. Pittman?
Adrian Shropshire.
Adrian Shropshire.
Good evening, council. I would just like to say I sat in on this planning of this, listening to this applicant. And I think with the age limit and with the maturity, I know I would go there. I mean, it's going to be so low key. If you ever been to a 55 and over, the music's not a blare blasting. It's a good fun entertainment. You know, we don't pour down the alcohol like we used to. So, you know, I think it'd be good for the community, and it's easy access right on the highway. And I do feel for the citizens in back, because you got I-270, you're on the emergency route. You right there with everything else that goes up and down the bus depot. So I just want to cut it short here, and I'm in favor of letting them proceed. And council, I hope you go with your best decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Who's next, Clerk Pittman?
Next, I have Kevin Finazzo, who says he does not have a microphone to speak, but he has listed here, someone in the past has had events that they were not supposed to have, that were outside and were not shut down by the police after they were called. And that's the only thing that I have, Mayor.
Okay, okay. Now, would you let Mr. Johnson speak?
Okay, can everyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Mr.
Okay,
Johnson.
first I want to say thank you, Mayor. Thank you to whole council, chief. Well, a lot of things I was listening to when they said that we cater to a 55 and older crowd. The 55 and older crowd don't like the music loud. And we're not gonna be in there anything doing outside of the building past 10 o'clock, because I want to be at home when the news come on. So I know we're not gonna be outside. Only reason that I did my venues outside is because of COVID. That's the only reason that I did the outside concert venue. I was trying to give people in North County a place to come. And I only did it on Saturdays from 3 to 8. 8 o'clock, we was off the lot because it started getting dark. The majority of the people that I come, it is a 55 and older venue. Most of the people that come there has retired. So I wanted to bring what I have done in North County over to Ferguson. I've served my country. Y'all see that good looking Marine on there first. Y'all, I've served my country. and now I want to serve my community. I was in St. Louis County for 8 years, catered to everyone out. I was the only person in North County when the COVID hit, was the one going out there feeding the kids, the community. I fed over 400 bus drivers. I fed Snooks, the VA hospital, Christian Northeast, the People Clinic in Ferguson. All those things I've done, and I want to bring that to Ferguson. Only reason that I left North County is because I had a heart attack and I died. And the reason why I left there, because that building was so big and I was done with the clubs, completely done after having a heart attack and dying, flatlining. And I asked God to give me one more chance to serve my community, because so many people came up to me and said, Mr. Johnson, Pee Wee, everybody called me Pee Wee anyway, would you open your club again? This is the only place we could come. The kids are gone, the grandkids are gone. You're the only place that we came to and we feel safe. So far as the music coming outside, the music does not come out to outside that door. If the lady or anybody in that neighborhood want to set up a meeting and come down there, now what she is hearing is the motorcycle. That's what you're hearing, not from the club. I can open my door and I guarantee you, if you go stand in the middle of that lot, because it's a big lot, that music does not reach there. I don't like my music loud. I don't like my music loud myself, and I'm one of the club owners. Me and Jackie put this together. She asked me to do this here, and I wanted to bring a place where people 55 and older can come and enjoy themselves and feel safe. No, my music not playing loud. You will never see a concert out on that lot after 8 or 9 o'clock. I only did that because of the pandemic. I said I would never go back into the club, because I had one of the largest clubs in North County, where I could hold 500, 600 people, but they was 500 or 600 adults. So when they leave out that building, there is no loud music. When they get in their car, they going straight home. My security made sure they went home. When I do something, I reach out to the council, because I called you, Mayor, because I want to have a meeting with you. I called the chief. I want you to know what type of business that I'm bringing to your community. I reached out to everybody, let them know this is what we're doing in North County. And I wanted you guys support, because I've talked to some of the police officers on the Ferguson Police Department and told them what I was looking for. But if you call out there and talk to Colonel Gregory, Guy Means, Troy Dole, they all know me and they all come to my establishment. This is not a young, we have a dress code. You know, and so the music that you say and you hear, the lady said she was hearing, it's not from the club. It won't be from the club. It's a motorcycle place. They fix those bikes out there and they put those systems on the bike. That's what she's hearing. And I will welcome anyone that she just said that she's a part of. I promise you, if you came down and if you heard it, ma'am, I would take my name off of it personally. I don't care how much money, because it means more to me to make sure that you guys in the community are happy with what I'm bringing. And I'm not saying I, because I keep saying I now, but it's me. I did this for 8 years. I did this in the Marine Corps. This is not my first one. Me and Jackie putting this together to make you guys feel safe when you come. I guarantee you, if you came in there and saw it, you would have a different outlook on how things are, because we're not your typical club. This is an adult venue for people 55, 60, because I tell it all the time, I want the people that retire. Because when you retire, what you gonna do when you get home? Sit and watch CNN all night? No, I want you to come to Deja Vu. We want you to come to Deja Vu, have a good time and go home. Feel safe when you come. That's the reason why I came over to Ferguson. I was in North County for 8 years. The last year I was on the lot, I just said I would never go back in that building. But I guarantee you, nobody in that community, I was there after 8 o'clock. We started shutting down at 8:15. By 9 o'clock, the lot is clear. And if you go on my Facebook page, and that's Deja Vu 2 Cafe Gerald Johnson, you will see how many people was out there. If you look at my record, there's no incident. You call any St. Louis County Police Department over there, they'll tell you we never had a problem out of Deja Vu. I feel so good because not only did we serve the people in the community. We serve people across the nation. When the Rams was here, every week they bought a bus from a different state or different city, and they came there because they feel safe. And I want to do the same thing in Ferguson that I did in North County. And if you check my record, it will prove it to you. Jackie did what she's doing, and she's when she did what she did, and she asked me to be a part of this here. I want to be a part of Ferguson because Ferguson, along with all the stuff that was going on with the Mike Brown stuff, we had all the negative publicity. If you check my record, show you all the things that I did in the community of North County. I was the first one when North County was getting that bad rep with the pandemic. I was the first one to go to Christian Northeast before Mayor Clay went there. I was the first one to go to Bi-State. I was the first one to go to Snooks. Snooks in the city, North City, the Snooks over off of oh man, I'm getting nervous now. Off of Dunn Road. And the one in Bell Fountain, off of Bell Fountain. So please give us the opportunity to show you what we can do.
It's late.
You turn off. Opportunity. We've been opening up this venue for the last 4 or 5 months. Last four.
Okay.
How to do it for so long? It's like it's hurting us because the community wants it. So I'm gonna leave this right here. Look on the Facebook page, and then you will see what I'm doing. And like I said, I'm so blessed to be on every news station that covered me, covered us, covered Deja Vu. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Give us an opportunity to show anybody's welcome to come up there and see it, and you will see that it's not for kids. It's not for kids. I'm 60 years old, finna be 61. And I don't like being around kids like that myself. So you will not have that type of atmosphere. You will not have that type of congregation, none of that stuff. All our ages are going to be called 55 and up. It's 35 to get in, but I cater to a 55 and older crowd. So any questions that you have for me, I try to put everything out there, but.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right. Thank
you. No problem. Thank you.
All right. No questions? What? No questions? I don't get one question?
Mayor, this is Eric.
Wait a minute, Ms. Brooks, please.
I'm sorry.
Octavia, have you noted Erica Brooks wanting to speak? Ms. Pittman?
Can you hear me? Okay, yes, I will. I'll note that she wants to speak.
Okay, now you could go, Ms. Brooks.
I want to say on behalf of Mr. Johnson and Jackie Phillips is that I did attend some of their events, and I've also worked as part of Jackie's catering staff when she had her events at Diamond as well. And they had a very, it was like Twilight Tuesday, just that it was, ran by African-American owners. It was a very upscale, when the pandemic first came out and the people needed to get out and get somewhere to go to and have a nice time. They had local artists to come out and sing on a stage outside the building, and everybody stood by their cars, sat in their lawn chairs, and just everybody enjoyed themselves like they do when they go down to the Missouri History Museum. The only thing about it is you're in North County, you're not down in the Forest Park area, and like I say, they serve their food. You go in there, you get your food, come back out to your car. They had local vendors that were out there, people selling their products. It was a nice atmosphere, grown folk atmosphere. And like they said, it wasn't loud, and everybody out on the street, they were on their parking lot in their area having a great time. So to do what they're doing, like they said, as far as giving out food during that time of all of the service workers at the hospitals And the bus drivers, and I was looking at the Facebook page and I know them. So I was looking at them as they went out with lunches for the bus drivers and people that worked at the hospital that worked all them long hours when the pandemic first hit and everybody was stressed out. They were giving out free lunches to the people to make them feel good and just like, attend to them, and they do a lot for the community. So I just want to say that because I really enjoyed myself because as a grown person, 50 years old, I was able to go out there and enjoy myself in the outside atmosphere. So I believe this has been a huge asset, because, we have a lot of African-American people that are getting opportunities in Ferguson for the first time in a long time. And to be able to knock it without even trying or even seeing it, it's not, it's sad. So I would say first, like he said, go to his page and see exactly what they have done to service the community on a positive note. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lipka, you want to state something, and Councilwoman Fran?
So I'm not trying to bring anything negative to this at all. And I apologize if that's what anybody's thinking. My concern though, when I define an event space, and when I was reading this, and please correct me if I read it incorrectly, but when I was reading it, my definition of an event space is like a space where you do wedding receptions and things like that. And then it was going to have bar hours, but I'm now starting to realize that maybe my definition of an event space is different than what Mr. Johnson is proposing. So Mr. Johnson, what is your definition and what is your vision of this in the regards of an event space? What type of events are you?
Actually, it's both of them. Because when you say the events, yes, we're going to be doing wedding reception. Another event that we did every Tuesday, we did the sliders on Tuesday. That's an event. Teaching people how to slide on Tuesday. That's an event.
Okay.
On Wednesdays, is that right? Is that correct? I mean, I'm okay.
Yeah.
And then another event was. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. So okay. So we're talking about a variety of events being community events, dancing, things like that, but then also wedding receptions and those things. So the reason I brought up the sound ordinance is because when at the different venues that I work at and the different events that I've DJ'd for, as a DJ, I am told to maintain a certain sound ordinance. I have to follow the rules of the community that I'm in. I have to follow the rules of the venue that I'm in on the sound. And I know as a DJ, I can get my sound really loud. I can blow the walls off. I have all the equipment to do that. And so my sound ordinance is 10 o'clock usually. And when I pulled up the ordinance that Councilwoman Robinette brought up, it does say said permit shall be issued for only the hours between 10 a.m. and 11. So all I'm saying, and the only reason I brought up outdoor events is because, we have to keep that in mind as well. But, as far as bringing in DJs to the building, I was just bringing up that concern of mine just because I live that life. I have to follow those rules as a DJ. And I was just questioning Mr. Leepson regarding what is the sound ordinance going to be on this event venue. And by the way, I see Ms. Phillips is on the call, and it's nice to see you again because I worked with you with Yummies, and I truly adore all the stuff you've done. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I just want to clarify, I would like to see our ordinance for an event space, especially one that comes so close to neighborhoods, to be 10 o'clock or 10:30. I think 11 o'clock is a little late, but that's just my experience.
Okay, I'm a DJ too. I DJ for over 30 years.
I've got you beat.
Let's stay on topic.
Okay. Well, I was just see what you're saying is when I say we did concerts outside, that was only during the pandemic.
No, I get that. I totally understand
and
that.
We're not doing anything at night, period. When I said down, and that was only on the weekends that I did do those events. So
sure, and sir, that's not an issue for me any longer. So I completely have that understood. And I guess my thing now is, I'm hearing you're saying that it's going to be an indoor venue. All
Yes, ma'am.
events will be inside. All
Yes,
the
ma'am.
events will be catered to the proper sound
Make sure we-
ordinance. But
Yes, ma'am.
when we have a situation where you're going to do wedding receptions and things like that, and we're going to get a party started and get a party going, that's my only thing, because you're gonna have people in there that are much younger than 55 coming to those
Mhm.
wedding receptions, coming to those events.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
I'm just, my only concern, and it's not even that big a deal, is the sound ordinance. But again, it has been addressed in the section, chapter 29, section 92 of the city ordinance. So we're good there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Councilwoman Fran Griffin, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Well, I just want to thank Ms. Phillips and Mr. Johnson for giving that, that very detailed description about what it is that you do in the community. I think it definitely needs to be recognized. I definitely heard the residents' concerns, and maybe that's something we need to look at in our zoning and coding as we're going through that process, because I do believe that, proximity of a business, especially one that allows liquor and music, we need to be conscious about how close those residents are. I mean, people purchase homes with the intention of living peaceful lives. But that being said, I definitely feel like Mr. Johnson did a really good job of explaining and describing the type of crowd and the type of events that will take place there. And so I'm definitely in favor of this. I just want to say, I think it's a good thing, but I do think we need to take a look at, what we can do in terms of the residents. And I also appreciate Mr. Johnson inviting the residents who live in the area so that they can take a look at the business. And maybe there's something that we can do about the noise that is coming from the motorcycles, because if that's the problem, then it needs to be addressed. We do have a noise ordinance in place. And so maybe that's something that we can look into.
Thank you, Councilwoman Griffin. On that note, Clerk Pittman, do we have any more for the public hearing at this time?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. We're going to move to our consent agenda. Clerk Pittman, you would like to make a statement about the minutes?
Oh, yes. So I realized today that the link for the regular meeting minutes was broken, February the 8th. So I'd like for you guys to postpone them to next week to give you to the next meeting to give you all an opportunity to review them.
Okay, thank you. Okay. At this time, we will approve the special meeting minutes for February the 3rd and February the 8th. Are there any corrections? If none, I request a motion and a second to approve the special meeting minutes.
So moved, Heather Robinette.
Second, Phaedra Nelson.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. The special meeting minutes are approved and the regular meeting minutes are postponed until the next meeting. At this time, we have several boards and commissions appointments. We have Lorraine Jackson. She's being appointed to the farmers market, and that is appointment by the council.
I will make a motion to appoint Lorraine Jackson to the Farmers Market Council.
Is there a
Phaedra
second?
Nelson, second. Phaedra Nelson, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Lorraine Jackson is now appointed to the farmers market. We have Kevin Rhodes, who submitted to be on the Ferguson Special Business District Advisory Board that is appointed by the council. Mr. Johnson, could you please mute?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'll do that.
Thank you. Is there a motion in a second for Mr. Kevin Rose to be appointed to the Ferguson Special Board Business?
I make a motion to appoint Kevin Rhodes to FSBD.
Tony Barrow, second.
It has been properly moved in second. Are you ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, Mr. Kevin Rose appointed to the Ferguson Special Business District Advisory Board. A month or so ago, I brought up the opportunity for people to be appointed to the Charter Commission. Councilwoman Robinette sent me an email. I sent out the information and stated that it would be good to have people appointed by the end of July, oh Lord, excuse me, by this meeting, February the 22nd, or going to the end of February. We have several people, several council members who appointed several people to the commission. So at this time, we would like to hear your appointments, starting with Councilwoman Noah.
My appointment is for Mr. Roy Harden. He's he lives in the 3rd Ward. He has for years. He's a retired police officer. I think he'll do well on the commission because he's used to dealing with people and public policy. And again, he's invested in the community.
Thank you. Councilwoman Griffin?
I nominate Mr. Lee Smith. Mr.
You don't
Lee.
have to nominate him, you appoint him because we don't vote.
Okay, well, I appoint Mr. Lee Smith to the Charter Commission.
Thank you. Councilwoman Burrow?
Steve Wiegert.
Thank you. Councilwoman Robinette?
Sarah Holmes.
Councilwoman Linda Lipka?
James Knowles.
Councilwoman Phaedra Nelson?
Mary Simmons.
And my appointment is Amanda Candidate. So ordered, they make up the Charter Commission and they will meet with the city attorney, and from there they will organize. At this time, we have a proclamation for Black History Month. Whereas in 1926, Dr. Carter G. Woodson established the observance of African American History Week for the purpose of revealing and honoring the contributions, achievements, and involvement of African Americans in the development of American democracy. Whereas this year's national theme, Black Health and Wealth, celebrates the contributions and breakthroughs of Black professionals, as well as speaking to the cultural richness of those non-traditional health and wellness practitioners, doulas, midwives, and others. Whereas the history of people of African heritage goes back thousands of years, and the celebration of Black History Month brings into focus the unique achievement of numerous African Americans, authors, artists, musicians, inventors, and scientists. Whereas African Americans have played a central role in Ferguson history and has contributed to the vitality of our community. And whereas Black History Month encourages unity and promotes the American idea of equal education and social and economic opportunities for all citizens. Now, therefore, I, Ella M. Jones, Mayor of the City of Ferguson, Missouri, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month in the city of Ferguson, Missouri. Right now, we'll move to our resolutions. Resolution number 2022-05. Without objections, we're introduced by council members present. Hear none. Attorney Carey, could you please read the resolution?
Yes, ma'am. Resolution number 2022-05, a resolution of the city of Ferguson, Missouri, authorizing the city manager to transfer ownership of select properties from the city of Ferguson to Brenda and Billy Gullidge.
City manager.
Good evening, City Council. Bailey here. Bailey, our Community Development Coordinator, is here to speak more on this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. The only thing I have to say on this is a property being transferred through the adjacent side lot program. The owners would like to put in a driveway for their home.
I'm requesting motion and a second for approval.
So moved, Mayor Linda Lipka.
Second, Heather Robinette.
Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Burrow. Councilwoman Burrow.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinette.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Lipka.
Aye.
Councilwoman Nelson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah.
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin.
Aye.
Resolution number 2022-05 passes. Resolution number 2022-06. Without objection, we're introduced by council members present. Hear none. Attorney Carey, could you please read the resolution?
Yes, ma'am. Resolution number 2022-06, a resolution authorizing the city manager of Ferguson to enter into a master equity lease agreement with Enterprise Trust to lease vehicles.
City manager.
Yeah, good evening, City Council. This authorizes me to enter into an agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management. We received the presentation from them to help us kind of go through and evaluate our fleet and then start replacing our fleet and help with the fleet management on the day-to-day level. So yeah, this would just execute what's called the master equity lease agreement, which allows us to start that process of refreshing our fleet.
I'm requesting a motion and a second for approval.
So moved, Heather Robinette.
Second, Tony Burrow.
Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Robinette.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Lipka.
Aye.
Councilwoman Nelson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah.
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin.
Aye.
Councilwoman Burrow. I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Councilwoman Burrow?
Sure, sorry. Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Resolution number 2022-06 passes. Resolution number 2022-07. Without objections, we will introduce by council members present. Hear none. Attorney Carey, could you please read the resolution?
Yes, ma'am. Resolution number 2022-07. A resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into and execute a contract for management of the Ferguson Farmers Market.
City manager.
Yes, Dave is here to speak more on that.
Thank you, Eric. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. There was a memo sent out earlier this week to summarize our farmers market agreement with STL FM LLC. $30,000 over the course of a year. Mary Hawks will still be managing the market for them. So a lot's not changing. It's basically what we've budgeted in the past. Just continue that contract for another year with Mary through the Live Well LLC umbrella. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Dave, I did have one question that when I was reading. So I understand the annual fee is 30,000 and it'll be broken into monthly increments of 2,500. But my question was regarding the federal tax and state tax. Will that be because they would do a 1099, which is a non-employee compensation? Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Great. I'm requesting a motion and a second for approval.
So moved, Heather Robinette.
Second, Tony Burrow.
Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Lipka,
Aye.
Councilwoman Nelson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah,
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Burrow,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinette.
Aye.
Resolution number 2022-07 passes. We have resolution number 2022-08. Without objection, we're introduced by council members present. Hear none, Attorney Carey, please read the resolution.
Yes, ma'am. Resolution number 2022-08. A resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a contract between the city of Ferguson and new concept construction to repair the concrete pavement at Firehouse 2.
City Manager.
Yes, good evening, City Council. This is an emergency procurement for our Firehouse 2. We have Director Don Boyce from Public Works and then Chief Hampton here to kind of talk through why it's important that we get this work done as soon as possible.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have an emergency situation with the concrete paving at Firehouse 2. We've replaced the concrete slabs a few times, but they continue to deter. We do believe that under the concrete that there's a significant amount of damage. We believe that also that there needs to be some type of rebar or -2-inch wall, something to help with the water damage that's causing the concrete slabs to cave in. If you go over there and you watch some of our heavy duty vehicles drive over that pavement, you'll see the concrete rise. And what it does is that's a sign that that concrete is like, it's like a bubble. It's about like up under the concrete that it could potentially cave in. And before that caves in and causes significant amount of damage to one of our fire trucks, we would like to move forward and repair that. Chief Hampton.
Mayor, Council, we did try to do a temporary fix, but we thought maybe we'd get a couple more years out of it. I don't remember if you remember, we did the mud jacking. But now we actually have significant holes underneath the concrete. There is some sort of a spring there, and this contractor believes that he can fix it so that we can get longer lifespan out of the concrete that would be poured. But right now, I got slabs that are broken, and when the fire truck backs over it to pull back into the station, the slabs are actually moving up and down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Lipka.
So Chief Hampton, if I'm envisioning this, is this the entrance and exit slabs right there at the garage doors?
Yes, ma'am. It's by Sam's at the Walmart, and it's our house 2 is where we would, yeah, the engine bay doors by the garage door looking things.
Okay, so when they do that work, is that, I mean, do we own that section of lot, or is that, I mean, does that gonna affect Sam's gas station and all of the traffic in and out there, or do they have any proprietary? So do they have any proprietary responsibility at all?
No, ma'am, this is our lot. This is City of Ferguson lot.
Okay.
When that Sam's and Walmart was built, it was deeded over to the City of Ferguson.
So if we find an issue, there's a possibility it could be bigger than us, though. Is that? I don't know. I'm just wondering, is that a possibility?
Bigger than us as in?
Affecting the other parts of that lot?
Oh, the street has been repaired numerous times as well. So if they get involved into it and it becomes a street, that would become, I believe, more of a Sam's issue at that point.
Okay, but right now we got to get it done. I just had, that was my only question.
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, requesting a motion and a second for approval.
Tony Burrow, so moved.
Second, Heather Robinette.
It has been properly moved in second. Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Lepka,
Aye.
Councilwoman Nelson,
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah,
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin,
Aye.
Councilwoman Burrow,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinette,
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye. Resolution number 2022-08 passes. We have one bill for reading for the first reading. At this time, I believe there is an amendment.
Oh, yeah, yes, ma'am. We do need to have an amendment to this bill. The introduction should actually represent both, or should reflect both of the owners. That was the recommendation from planning.
Okay.
And the bill that is on the agenda does not, so it needs to be adjusted.
Okay, who is the second owner, Mr. Johnson? Gerald Johnson.
That is
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you heard me. Yes. Apollo,
Okay.
you have the correct version, correct?
Yes.
Apollo, do we need a motion on the floor to amend it and then read it?
Yeah, so you should, a motion to amend
Okay,
first time, and then you can, yes.
okay. At this time, I entertain a motion and a second to amend bill number 7271 to reflect both.
7221.
7221, thank you, to reflect both owners' names.
I'll make that motion, Mayor, and exactly how you just stated.
Is there a second?
Second. This is second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We do have an amendment. Now, Attorney Carey, could you please read bill by the title only, bill number 7221?
A special use permit to Jacqueline Phillips, and I'm sorry, I have the old version up.
Gerard Johnson.
And Terod Johnson, excuse me, for the purpose of operating an event space open bar at 3156 Herschel Road, subject to the conditions, restrictions, and requirements set forth herein.
City Manager Eric Osterberg. You on mute too. There we go.
All right, this is the property restoration and Bailey will be speaking more on this.
No, this is the
No.
special use permit.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this is what you heard earlier today, this evening. And Elliot's here if we need to add anything else.
Elliot, do you want to add anything else?
No, not at this time, unless the council has any questions.
No, no action needs to be taken at this time. This is the first reading. We'll move to bill number 7219. It's the second reading. I am.
Mayor? Oh, go ahead. I want to finish when you're, I would like to ask that we amend this bill because I know in our last council meeting, when this was brought up, Bailey had said that they were taking property number what? I'm sorry, hold on, let me find my notes. Address 1244 Chateau Woods off of it, and it has not been taken off of it.
On my copy, it has been taken off.
On my copy that I received in council packet, it was not.
It's a red line drawn through.
It was not drawn through and on mine, so that's the only reason I'm saying that.
Well, city manager, has this been taken off correctly?
It has, at least, so I followed the Dropbox links that Clerk Pittman had sent out prior to the meeting, and it is crossed out on there, and that's the 1244 Chatelet Drive.
Chateau.
Chateau, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Bill number 7219, it has already been amended. I'm requesting a motion and a second to read the bill a second time and place upon its passage.
So moved, Heather Robinette.
Second, Linda Lipka.
Attorney Carey, could you please read the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 7219, an ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of Ferguson, Missouri to execute the deed and acknowledge other documents in order for the real properties to be transferred to the city for city development and or beautification.
City manager, do you have anything else to add?
No, unless Bailey, did you want to add anything?
Nothing to add right now.
Council members, do you have any questions? Clerk Pittman, could you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Nelson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Noah.
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin.
Aye.
Councilwoman Burrow.
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinette.
Aye.
Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Lipka.
Aye.
Bill number 7219 passes. Bill number 7220, I'm requesting a motion and a second to read the bill a second time and place upon its passage.
So moved, Mayor, Linda Lipka.
Naquita Noah, second.
Attorney Carey, could you please read the bill?
Yes, ma'am. Bill number 7220, an ordinance amending chapter 47 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Ferguson and by a new Article 3 as it relates to mobile food vendors, providing for the effective date of this ordinance, providing for the current maintenance of this code, and providing for the repeal of all conflicting ordinances.
City manager, do you have anything to add?
I do not.
City council, do you have any additional questions? Councilwoman Fran Griffin has her hand up. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. So when we went over the first reading of this, there were a few things that that I was discussing that I had concerns with. One was in the definition of the mobile food vehicle. That's under section 47-31 definitions, subsection B. And that particular, there are 3 words in there that I would like to make a motion to have amended. And or sold. And then also under section 47-32, This is subsection D, under G. Specifically, the last sentence, beginning with such insurance shall. I want to also make a motion that that be removed from this particular bill.
Second.
Council, before I go there, Clerk Pittman, did you get the items that Councilwoman Griffin was talking about?
So I will need more clarity on exactly what we're removing.
Sure. So under section 47-31 definitions, under subsection B, in the first sentence, it has and or sold. And that is what needs to come out for that particular definition. And then under section 47-32, which was the mobile food vendor permit required, there's subsection D, G as in goat. The very last sentence that starts with such insurance shall name the city. That entire last sentence in subsection G needs to be removed. That's what the motion is.
Okay, Councilwoman Griffin has a motion on the floor.
And I seconded.
Okay, okay. Okay,
Before we do that though, Mayor, I think we need to take a step back because I actually currently have a motion on the floor to read it and to pass it as it is. So if we're going to make substantial changes to it, we may need to remove that motion, withdraw that motion, and then make a motion to amend it, which would then push it back to the next reading before passage.
Okay. So duly noted. Thank you, City Clerk. It was a motion to read it and have it upon its passage. So bill number 7220. So we need to withdraw that motion and that second. If we
motion to have it, the motion to have it.
The motion was on the floor to read the bill for the second time and place it up on his passage. You came up with some amendments. According to City Clerk, we need to delete the first motion and second, then make an amendment, and then it will have to wait 7 days to have a first reading.
Okay, okay. Well, I didn't make that initial motion.
Clerk Pittman, who made the initial motion and the second?
Councilwoman Lipka and Councilwoman Noah.
Would you like to withdraw that motion?
No. I keep it on the floor.
Okay, you made the motion. Councilwoman Noor, you made the second?
I'm sorry, I had to use the restroom. Step away for a minute. I apologize. Yeah, I did second it.
Do you want to withdraw your second or you want to keep your second?
I'll keep it.
Well, at this point, we have a motion and a second. And they're not withdrawing it, so we shall proceed.
You want me to call for, you want me to go ahead take the roll, Mayor? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, because they didn't withdraw the motion in a second, so you cannot amend it.
Okay.
Councilwoman Noah,
Aye.
Councilwoman Griffin,
No.
Councilwoman Burrow,
Aye.
Councilwoman Robinette,
Aye.
Mayor Jones,
No.
Councilwoman Lipka,
Aye.
Councilwoman Nelson.
No.
What is the vote count?
I have three no and 4 yes, Mayor. The motion passes.
Okay, bill number 7220 passes. At this time, we will move to our, I got so many papers up here. Give me a time to find it. Okay, at this time, we'll move to unfinished business. Do we have any unfinished business? If
Mayor,
not-
this is Tony.
Yes.
I got a question. Somewhere, it seemed like it was a long time ago, I read until further notice, we were gonna be having meetings to a certain hour. Did anybody else see that?
We supposed to be finished at 9 o'clock. We supposed to be finished at 9, even with a closed session. But the conversations are being drawn out long and the rules of debate are not being adhered to. So that's why we still here.
No, I'm asking about the statement where it says until further notice, we will be going until 9 o'clock. Why is that and who approved that? Who asked for somebody to say yes to that? That's what I'm talking about. And first of all, did I see that on the agenda today?
It was
Any-
sent out from I saw it from what, 7 to 9, but I think that's a suggested time. Nobody actually say, hey, this is what it's going to be.
Okay, I don't remember. I was trying to catch up on all my emails from at least 2 weeks ago, so I don't know where I saw it. But what I'm saying is that something that we're gonna adhere to? Did we make it a rule on that?
Mayor,
Where did that come from? Maybe I should ask Octavia. Maybe that's Octavia.
Octavia,
what you may be referring to is the Zoom meeting link. When I schedule the Zoom meeting link, I always put a couple of hours in there.
Okay, that might have
But
been.
it doesn't cut us off at that time. I just put a couple hours in because I have to schedule a time limit.
Okay, and did you type in something like until further notice?
Not that I'm aware of.
I saw that somewhere when I must have had to go through 50 emails, so I can't really say where I saw it on this, but it was for Ferguson. And I just want to make sure that nobody's holding anybody to the feet to the fire. If we done within an hour, I want to be able to go. So I don't know who put that in.
No, perhaps I may have said until further notice, the meeting is going to be held via Zoom. You may be looking at your Zoom calendar.
Okay,
the council meeting dates. That sounds like something I might have typed in there, but that's the only thing that I can.
Okay, I think that's where it was. Thanks so much.
Okay.
any unfinished business? Any new business? We'll move to miscellaneous. Councilwoman Noah.
For the sake of time, no, I have nothing tonight, you all.
Councilwoman Griffin. Councilwoman Griffin.
Sorry about that. I thought I was unmuted. Is this new business or miscellaneous? I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Miscellaneous.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure. So March 1st at 6 p.m., Ferguson Collaborative and Proud are hosting a Zoom town hall titled Community Concerns for Public Safety and Alternative Solutions. It's been posted on social media and shared with different social media groups. It's also been provided to the city. So, if you need to find it, feel free to go to either one of those, their Facebook pages, and you should be able to locate it. I appreciate the NPSC for, yielding their time to be able to make sure that we're moving along here. But I am also interested in hearing their recommendations. As you know, they've been working really hard on that policy, and I think that it provides some transparency into the process. And I'm really interested in, the council being able to ask questions and, give feedback and things of that nature. I would love to have the time and login information about the CRB town hall that Mr. Knowles expressed is coming up. So maybe we can post that on our site, our city site as well. It would be a good thing to share a flyer. Also about the CRB openings, and have like maybe a short listing of what the requirements are and the non-eligibility options are, so that as we share it to try to get more folks to be able to participate with the CRB, they know what the requirements and the limitations are. And I would definitely share that as well. In regards to the senior housing, I appreciate the recommendation from staff and our community groups. I think it's a good thing that we have affordable independent living for our seniors. I definitely believe that the incentives with the washing machine in the same room is a plus. My grandmother stays in an independent living place, and she has to go downstairs to wash her clothes. So I know for an 80-plus-year-old, that's a benefit. That's definitely an incentive for them to have it on the same level. And I think it also benefits the city. It benefits the residents that'll be staying there, as well as the local businesses in the area. Thank you, Elliot, for providing that information. And in regards to the dispatch recording system, there was no conversation with news reporters. Where I got my information from is the community. The community called me. The community reached out. I stay connected with people that stay engaged in what's going on with Ferguson. The people that committed to make sure that we have measures in place to hold people accountable when things aren't supposed to be done. We talk about transparency, providing that information during a public city council meeting to not just questioning, not just the council, but the public as well. That's very transparent as far as I'm concerned. It was actually shocking to me that there were more questions about how I found out versus the fact that we have a problem on our hands. We do have policies in place. We do have measures to hold people accountable. You're welcome for being informed, because now we can get down to the bottom of it. And as soon as I found out, I did what we're supposed to do within the charter, and that was to contact the city manager, because ultimately it's his responsibility to look into it.
Sal?
So that's pretty much what I wanted to say on that. I appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Griffin. Councilwoman Burrow.
It's been a long night, man. I want to give a shout out to for the fact of the compassion when we had somebody that was going to present, and then because of the late hour and the consideration, they decided to move their presentation. That's big. If after every council meeting, we gotta justify why we ask a question of another council meeting, we in bad shape. We're in worse shape than what I thought we was. If you gotta go ahead and say, oh, this is the reason why I did this, or I did it because of that, there's something wrong with that. So I'm not gonna sit here and debate and go back and forth with what was said and what was not said. There's no inclusivity. That's the bottom line.
You got it, Mail.
And so somebody needs to be on mute. And so what we need to do is consider what is actually going on. And then we won't have this back and forth and trying to identify with citizens who lie about what's being said by council people. That needs to be cleared. And to, if you want a forum, this is not the forum for that, for campaigning. This is not the forum. You're taking up citizens' time. You're taking up the council's people time. We're volunteers. We don't get paid to do this job. And so to sit here and go back and forth about who said what and who shot John, it sounds like with a newspaper used to be back in the day. I still think they're in publication, The World. Why did Joe Blow do this to Sally Sue? So that's really devastating. And what's shocking to me is that we got to go through this rigmarole about that. But I do appreciate all the comments tonight. I do appreciate that folks understand that we gotta start over. We want to be the change that we want to see. I don't know how many years we've sit here and talked about past regimes and past mayors about what they did and didn't do. And some of the things we're doing, I can say they were better than us, the ones that we've been talking about. So if you want to take the plank off your own eye, we need to get down, and I'll say this over and over again, SOP, SOP, SOP. Until you can go by your own rules, you cannot sit around and talk about who did what. Hope to be talking.
In the interest. Okay, I have no comments.
Councilwoman Phaedra Nelson.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a real quick comment, and I'll make this quick. I know that a resident made comments earlier in public comments regarding me, and I just want to remind people that, yeah, I do work for the Y. And yes, I do a lot of collaborations within the North County community that includes Ferguson. And so when other entities, organizations, businesses reach out to me as an employee of the Y, I'm willing to work and collaborate with those. And if they want to do work within our city that I live in, as well as everyone else, then I'm all on board for that. It's a shame that we have to be petty patties when it comes to helping people in our community. Again, when we talk about transparency and being respectful of one another, I still stand on that. And yes, I did share on my Facebook page, as well as the Home Depot Foundation shared it, as well as the YMCA shared it. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Nelson. City Manager Eric.
Yeah, so I have two things for the order. The first one is follow up on the dispatch 911 outage. So I had Chief look through emails that were sent, and I was in fact CC'd on the email on January 7th. It wasn't immediately after the shooting on December 12th. Which is when the first group of information was delivered. But on January 7th, there was an email that I was CC'd on between Captain Dilworth and the chief, alerting us about the 911 recording system outage and that the county would be notified. I was remiss in not catching that email. I was CC'd on that email, but I take that on me. That was me. So yeah, Chief had just pulled up that email, and I just wanted to make that clear. I will have follow-up for City Council on that. There is some questions that I have. Again, I apologize for my mistake earlier in saying that I hadn't been included in that communication. I just missed it because I was just CC'd on it. So in the interest of transparency, I thought that it was important that I bring that forward. On the note, continued making sure that I spoke correctly tonight. I had been asked a question from Councilor Griffin about Mr. Kasoff's comments related to developer fees. I received a message from Mr. Kasoff alerting me that what I had said was incorrect. That the developer fees is what he means about around the idea of how much money he's going to be collecting from this project. I'm not going to comment further on that because, again, I don't think it's appropriate for me to try to interpret his words any further, but I just want to get that on the record as well, that that my account earlier, that the developer fees were the same thing as what the cost to the city was going to be through incentives was also incorrect. So I just wanted to end the night just being transparent and on the record about those two items.
Thank you, City Manager. Clerk Pittman,
I have no report.
Attorney Carey.
Yeah, closed session tonight, another 2 hours or so. No, just joking.
Okay.
Not funny.
Okay.
Nothing at all.
Okay. I just would like to share with everyone the legislative conference in Jeff City. It was phenomenal. Had an opportunity to speak with our Senator Bryan. And his key to everything, to sum it up real fast, the ARPA money is coming from the state and from the county, and we should have shovel-ready projects. And that was the most important thing he drilled to all the mayors that visit him. Having shovel-ready projects are important at this time because the ARPA money is a one-time deal. We will not see it again. So we want to maximize our involvement in getting the funding that Ferguson would need for shovel-ready projects. That's all I have. At this time, I'll entertain a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting.
So moved, Tony Burrow.
Second, Heather Robinette.
It has been properly moved in second. Are you ready to vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Everyone, please have a good night, the rest of the night.
Night, Apollo. See you waving.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Dave. Good night, everyone.
Good night.